The road trip continues. We have moved on from LA and San Diego. Now we're here in San Francisco, ready for a long visit with the Giants. Last year, the D-backs took 3 of 4 in this ballpark in April and finished the season with 8 wins in 10 games here. And we are set to go for 2016. It's Diamondbacks baseball on Fox Sports Arizona. Good evening from AT&T Park, and welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthiaume along the way. Bob Brenly joins me shortly here, set for first pitch. Jake Peavy on the mound for San Francisco, and Archie Bradley for the Diamondbacks, the first of a 4-game series. Now, as we know, Ruby De La Rosa, a few appearances out of the bullpen over the last couple of days. So Ruby, they felt, needed a day off from the rotation here, Bob. So Archie Bradley is called up from Reno, and he will make the start tonight against Jake Peavy.
I think it's probably a wise move rather than try to run Ruby De La Rosa out there. You don't know what effect those 2 relief appearances have on a guy who's used to starting. So I think this is the safe plan of attack to have Archie Bradley take the ball tonight.
Anything we should look for from Archie tonight?
Well, I think just his pace. He's a guy that's very high-strung, and occasionally he gets to working too fast out there on the mound, as opposed to the rest of the Diamondbacks pitchers that were trying to speed up. I think you have to keep an eye on Archie and make sure he's not getting in front of himself.
In case it's a short night for Archie, they did make another move. Tyler Wagner comes up from AAA Reno, the pitcher whom they acquired from Milwaukee in that offseason Gene Segura deal. So there is some length back there in that bullpen. Wagner is an insurance case if it's a short night for Archie. Now, to bring Wagner up, they had to send Socrates Brito down. That means, Bob, Chris Owings is going to have to play a lot of outfield in this series here, and it's a big ballpark.
And there's a lot of outfield to play here at AT&T Park, especially out there in center field. One thing to keep an eye on are the flags tonight. Occasionally, the wind can get to swirling around in the outfield here, which would definitely make things more difficult for Chris Owings. But so far, he's been up to the task in every ballpark he's played center field in.
So now at 13 pitchers, you have a shorter bench, and Brandon Drury is theoretically your 4th outfielder, with Owings getting the start in center. What happened? What did you see happen yesterday with Yasmani Tomas? 2 home runs.
His timing was just a little better. Maybe it was the day game after the long night game. He was one of the few regulars that was in the lineup yesterday, but he was squaring up everything. As good as we've seen him swing the bat, as hard as we've seen him hit the ball, and he certainly looked like he was having a good time. His teammates really enjoyed the big day by Yasmani yesterday.
All smiles down there after his first career multi-home run game and having an excellent road trip. We're counting down to first pitch. It's Diamondbacks baseball on Fox Sports Arizona. More from AT&T Park right after this. Baseball on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. By Jack in the Box and the Jumbo Jack, a home run for your mouth. By T-Mobile, get major league coverage. T-Mobile has doubled its 4G LTE in the last year. And by your Valley Honda dealers, where you get more standard features for less money. Oh, we are blessed. Just a beautiful night by McCovey Cove, AT&T Park in San Francisco. About 9 minutes away from first pitch here on Fox Sports Arizona. Jake Lamb of the Diamondbacks, first of 4 against the Giants. More from San Francisco after this. Baseball on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by Chaz Roberts, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Choose Chaz. By Lone Butte Casino. You're in for more winning moments at Lone Butte Casino. By Tire Pros. For the best selection of Continental and General brand tires, visit one of the 22 locally owned Arizona Tire Pros locations. By Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing. And by Cox Gigablast. How will you live the gig life? Outside AT&T Park in San Francisco, the Giants Wall of Fame is right along there. Somewhere there's a Bob Brenly plaque on that wall, in fact.
For that crowd of people are standing.
That's why they're gathered there, sure. First pitch with Archie Bradley is next. It is just a gorgeous night for baseball along McCovey Cove here in San Francisco, California. Steve Berthiaume, Bob Brenly along the way. It's the Diamondbacks and the Giants, the first of a 4-game series here. And Archie Bradley on the mound for the D-backs tonight against the veteran Jake Peavy for the Giants. There is a Golden State Warriors playoff game tonight, we are told, as well as a San Jose Sharks playoff hockey game, Bob. And I have to say, and it seems to be the general consensus from people who are here every day, this is as empty as we've ever seen this ballpark.
Absolutely. I mean, this place is generally packed to the rafters. What is it, 412 consecutive sellouts here at AT&T Park. Tickets may be sold, but a lot of people are elsewhere.
It's about half full right now. Is that an advantage, you think, for Archie Bradley, given his circumstance here tonight?
Yeah, I would think so. I'm sure the fans that are here in attendance tonight are going to be very vocal for the home team, but not quite the same. You know, having 20, 25,000, whatever we have on hand here tonight, as opposed to a full house.
Yeah, it is not the 41,000 plus screaming, waving orange and black flags that we're used to in this ballpark. Although it didn't seem to bother Chip Hale's ball club last year. They were outstanding in San Francisco. They won 8 of their 10 games here last season at AT&T Park.
Not an easy road ballpark to come in and have the kind of success that the Diamondbacks did last year, but that's one of those things you don't try to figure it out. You don't try to explain it. Just enjoy it and hope it continues. Here's how Chip lines them up tonight. Gene Segura at second base, Jake Lamb at third base in the 2 spot, Paul Goldschmidt in his customary 3 spot, David Peralta out in right field, Yasmani Tomas in left field, Wellington Castillo doing the catching, Nick Ahmed at short, Chris Owens in center field, and Archie Bradley on the mound.
And you can see Yasmani Tomas still dancing around after his multi-homer game yesterday in San Diego. Your Arizona Ford starter for San Francisco, it's the veteran righty Jake Peavy. He'll turn 35 next month. Peavy has been getting shelled this year, really hit hard. And talking to Mike Krukow before the game tonight, Kruk insists, BB, that this is a big start for Peavy tonight. He needs to get right.
Well, you know, you'd like to think that veterans can figure it out and right the ship, even if they do have a rough outing or so early in the season. But if you don't like the stuff you're seeing, if you don't like the way he's competing, which has never been a problem for Jake Peavy, but you have to start making some moves. If you don't like the guys you have in the rotation, you might have to replace him with somebody else.
And the Giants have been sputtering as of late. They just are back from a 2-4 road trip. Our Eye on Defense brought to you by Nationwide Vision Centers.
Angel Pagan in left, Denard Span in center, Hunter Pence and his skinny little calves out in right field. Kelby Tomlinson will fill in for Matt Duffy at third base, both struggling offensively. Brandon Crawford at short, Joe Panik at second, Brandon Belt over at first base with Buster Posey behind the plate for veteran Jake Peavy.
And your Valley Honda key to the game would be what? I know you worked on this all afternoon.
Well, you know, it's a 4-game series in a road ballpark, so make yourself at home. This is a very comfortable ballpark to play in, very nice clubhouse downstairs, and those 4-game series always feel like a week, so make yourself at home.
Gene Segura leads it off. Brian Knight is our plate umpire. We are underway with ball 1. Segura batting .333. He's got 3 homers. That's in the seats and out of play. You can see it's about half full here tonight. And what a blessing yesterday for guys like Gene Segura, who were able to get the whole day off in San Diego.
Yeah, it really worked well. We had speculated during the course of the ball game that if it was tight late and the Diamondbacks were holding a 1 or a 2-run lead, you might see Chip put some of those guys back in there for defense. But because of the way the game evolved, Goldie, Gene Segura, Wellington Castillo got to take the full day off.
Peralta came in at the very tail end in the 8th inning, but for the most part, the heart of the order and the leadoff man had the day off yesterday for Chip, so that's a blessing on a 10-game road trip with no off days. 1-2 on Segura. Back to the mound. It's under the glove of Peavy. Here comes Joe Panik, and he got him a close play at first. Todd Tishner, the first base umpire down there, and already he'll get the phone ringing to Alan Campbell in the video clubhouse.
Yeah, he's all kinds of safe.
Yeah, that's not close.
Good start.
And Chip will challenge. So we will one batter in, put on the headsets and talk to New York. Here we go. Bill Miller, the crew chief, is the second base umpire, and Todd Tishner over at first will talk to New York City. But this, based on what we've seen here, should be a short conversation.
Should be a very quick one. You know how you can avoid this, these delays?
Have robot umps?
Get the calls right.
That wouldn't be as much fun. I heard you, by the way, and thank you for, and I want to thank Greg Schulte for filling in for me the 3 games in San Diego while I was out sick. And Jody is now sick. It's just going around, so we're stringing this thing together. But I heard you while I was in the hotel room watching you and the Governor. I heard you scream about the human element from time to time.
Yeah, just little hints, you know. We had some very unusual strike zones in that San Diego series. Good Lord, there was one inning where every call was the opposite.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Throw it in the strike zone, it was called a ball. You throw it out of the zone, it was called a strike.
So Segura's aboard to lead it off, and in the 2-hole tonight, it's Jake Lamb.
You know, if Jake Lamb was a little bit faster, just a little bit faster, he'd be an ideal number 2 hitter.
Why so?
Situations just like this, Gene Segura gets on base, opens that hole up on the right side of the infield immediately. Kind of nullifies that pull shift effect. And we know he'll go to the opposite field. He's a good hit and run guy, makes solid contact. If he could just run a little bit more.
Now, why does the speed element change the equation?
Well, you just like the first 2 guys in the order, you'd like to be able to run the bases swiftly with Goldie and David Peralta and Yasmani Tomas coming up later. You'd like some speed on the bases if at all possible.
Take down 0-2.
I was just thinking more of the holes that it opens up in the defense for him. And we know Jake can pull the ball down that right field line or in that hole between first and second.
Well, we saw that work last year when Chip would bat A.J. Pollock lead off and Ender Inciarte, who's a left-hand hitter, in the 2-hole. Belt holding Segura aboard at first.
Well, if Peavy holds true to form, you'll see a lot of fastballs. They may not all look like fastballs. He'll throw a 2-seamer that sinks. He'll throw a cutter, occasionally throw a high 4-seamer. Does have a curveball and a changeup as well, but throws a lot of the 3 varieties of fastball.
Wind is blowing out to right center field right now. It's a very comfortable night here, very clear. Segura holds it first, and that misses, a ball and 2 strikes.
Well, that's a great take right there. That ball, that's a ground ball waiting to happen if you swing at that pitch. A little cut fastball down there below the knees.
He has become so much more patient up there. Two and two. He's back even.
Another good take on a pitch in a similar location.
Can you force a veteran guy like Peavy to throw you strikes?
If you lay off those pitches, you can, but they're so tantalizing. He's been so adept over the course of his career of letting hitters get themselves out. Throw that sinker just a hair off the outside corner. Throw that cutter just a hair off the inside corner. If you can lay off those pitches, you can make him try to bite off a little more plate.
Asked Mike Krukow what's wrong with Peavy, and he said it's the slider. If the slider's there, he'll be okay. If it's not, he's in for a really rough night.
And if he has a rough night, you'll know it.
Yeah.
He doesn't hide anything out there on the mound.
This is driven deep to left center field. Pagan on the run, and that ball is off the wall. Segura heads for third, and it's a double for Jake Lamb. Boy, that left center approach continues to get better and better for Jake. Just bangs it off the wall between Pagan and Span.
And we've seen him get a lot of base hits to the opposite field, but we haven't seen him drive the ball like this. That short hops the wall out there in deep left field. Pagan took a very shallow line, ends up retreating to the warning track, playing it on a hop. Diamondbacks have it cooking here early.
What a crooked number up there. Second and third, nobody out for Goldie. Bell to play way off the line at first. Swing and a miss, 0-1. Paul Goldschmidt, 205 on the year with 3 homers. He has just 2 hits on this road trip. And as we mentioned, Chip Hale able to get Goldie that rare full off day yesterday at Petco Park, and it could be argued that maybe he needed it mentally, physically. He's in a 4 for 27 right now at the plate.
I think it was important for Chip to establish the precedent early in the season. You're going to take days off just like everybody else. If I see signs that maybe your bat's a little bit slow, your legs are getting a little bit heavy, I'm going to make the decision to sit you down. And doing it early in the season like this eliminates any doubt about a consecutive game streak or I want to play in every game. And it's a great secret weapon to have off the bench.
And plus coming off that marathon game Saturday night into Sunday afternoon. Segura at third, Lamb at second, 0-2 on Goldie. Shoots that one foul down the right field line. Just inside. Oh, it hit him.
Got him.
Brian Knight awards Goldie first base, and the Diamondbacks have the bases loaded with no outs.
Hard tailing fastball. Yeah, just got a little piece there. Glancing blow. Hopefully no damage.
Bruce Bochy gripping already down there. Segura at third. Jake Lamb at second, Paul Goldschmidt at first. And here's David Peralta. Chance to do some big damage early. Peralta 292. He's got 6 extra base hits, but he has yet to homer this year.
What are you saying?
I'm saying he's a left-hand batter. You got that wind blowing out to right center.
McCovey Cove beckons.
Get that whistle ready. Bounced up the middle. Panic. Crawford turns it. Segura scores, and the Diamondbacks take a 1-0 lead. So now it's yesterday's hero, Yasmani Tomas.
Don't stop now. You'd like to do a lot more damage than 1 run out of a bases loaded, nobody out situation. They got the right guy at the plate based on what he did yesterday.
Red hot right now, up to 297 for the year. And coming off his first career multi-homer game in yesterday's win at Petco Park. He has been red hot on this road trip. Drives the first pitch he sees right to Pagan and left. Well, the Diamondbacks have the bases loaded, nobody out. They can only get 1. Giants coming up. Lead at AT&T Park. Bruce Bochy's Giants back from a 2-4 trip through Colorado and LA, but tonight begin a 10-game homestand with the first of 4 against our D-backs.
22nd season as a manager for Bruce Bochy. You see his career numbers. He has really found a home here in San Francisco after starting down in San Diego. Here's how he lines them up tonight. Denard Span at the top, Joe Panik in the 2-hole, Buster Posey batting third, Hunter Pence out in right field cleaning up, Brandon Belt at first, Brandon Crawford at short, Kelby Tomlinson at third base, Jake Peavy in the 8th spot, and Angel Pagan batting ninth.
And your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for the Diamondbacks, it's Archie Bradley, back on a major league mound for the first time since June 1st last year. Called up from AAA Reno after Ruby De La Rosa had to work in relief in Saturday's marathon at San Diego.
Well, we don't know how Archie's going to do tonight, but I know he had lunch with Jake Lamb today. I saw him leaving the hotel, and you watch Archie walk around town. He, like I said, he does not lack for confidence. This is a young man that thinks he should be at this level. He thinks he can succeed at this level, and hopefully the first step toward that tonight.
Denard Span, their new center fielder and leadoff man, steps in. He was hitless last night in their loss at Dodger Stadium. That snapped a 5-game hit streak for Span. And he takes strike one. 224 to begin the year. Very effective leadoff guy who rarely strikes out.
Giants offensively had some trouble getting out of the blocks this year. Only 4 first-inning runs in 13 ball games.
Well, hopefully that trend continues here. Get Archie off to a nice clean start. Archie's, in fact, second ever big league start came right here at AT&T Park. That was last April 16th. Exactly 1 year and 2 days ago. Pitched very well against the Giants. 6 2/3 innings. Gave up just 2 runs, 4 hits, 4 strikeouts. Missing with that fastball, and that's something that has come and gone with Archie Bradley over the course of his minor league career. Fastball command. It's still not quite where it needs to be. There's a strike, 3-2.
At 95, easy gas for Archie Bradley, not overthrowing, not trying to muscle that ball into the strike zone. Just reach out there, finish the pitch. Little tailing action at the very end. May have gotten the benefit of the doubt that time from Brian Knight.
Everything to Span, up and away, up and away. 3-2 pitch. Same spot he missed to lead off walk. RI on defense brought to you by Nationwide Vision Centers.
It'll be Tomas, Owings, and Peralta left to right across the outfield. Jake Lamb and Nick Ahmed on the left side of the infield with Gene Segura and Paul Goldschmidt on the right side. Wellington Castillo back behind the plate after a day off. And Archie Bradley on the mound.
And here's another guy at the top of this Giants lineup who always puts it in play. It's Joe Panik, the second baseman. Hitting .261. He's homered twice, including a home run off the Dodgers' Kenta Maeda last night. It was San Francisco's only run of the ball game. They lost 3-1. And again, Archie missing away. Having trouble finding the strike zone here. Wellington Castillo would like a word.
Make him throw a breaking pitch. Make him throw a changeup. All those fastballs up and away to Span. Misses with the first pitch here to another left-handed batter. Sometimes the way to get a guy back into the zone is call one of his off-speed pitches. Really make him reach out there and finish that pitch and then go back to the fastball.
Down and away with another fastball, and he's behind 2-0. So far, 8 pitches, only 2 strikes. And holds it first. That's in there. Archie's velocity, at least so far, consistent 95, and we'd heard that. In fact, Archie said it, his velocity is starting to come back. 95-96 at Reno in his 2 starts for the Aces and Phil Nevin there. And this is the way he threw in the minor leagues about 3 years ago.
Definitely want to keep the Giants out of scoring position. One of the more unusual numbers I looked at on their media guide here, or their media notes rather. They hit .318 as a team with runners in scoring position, .218 with nobody on base.
That's how you win World Series. This is lifted out to Yasmani Tomas in shallow left, and there's Yasmani for the first out. Buster Posey. Posey, 256, couple of home runs. He is one of the Giants' slumping bats right now. Posey was stuck in an 0 for 18 skid before he singled in the 9th inning in their loss at Dodger Stadium last night.
First pitch curveball to Posey that
there
time.
you go.
Bounced it into dirt, but really finished it well.
Posey has been dealing with a badly bruised right foot suffered when the Dodgers' Chase Utley foul tipped the pitch that caught Posey in the foot. X-rays were negative, so he's a little bit hobbled. That's in there for a strike. Another fastball at 95, and it's 1-1. Hunter Pence on deck. Pan takes off. He got a great jump. Posey slaps it foul down the right field line.
That might have been a hit and run right there. I know Bruce Bochy likes to use the hit and run to try to snap guys out of hitting slumps. Eliminates any doubt as to whether you're going to swing at the pitch or not. Span looking back the whole way, which would indicate it probably was a hit and run.
But instead, it's allowed strike 2. And takes off again. The pitch misses low, and the throw is in time. Wellington Castillo throws out Denard Span. Bill Miller, the crew chief down there, the second base umpire, says he got him.
2 great plays here, actually 3. Wellington Castillo picks it out of the dirt, makes a strong throw to second that's on a short hop to Gene Segura, and he picks it out of the dirt down there at second base. Wow.
First time that Span has been caught stealing all year. Chalk another one up there for Wellington Castillo. 2 outs now and a 2-2 count on Posey. That's a fair ball down the right field line. Peralta over to cut it off. Posey will settle for the 2-out single. Remember, he's got that bad foot, so absolutely no thought that he might try and stretch that out into a double.
You're right. Buster's not a burner, but I'd call him an average base runner, but really took him a while to get down that first base line on this single into the opposite field.
And so now Archie Bradley will deal with Hunter Pence. 10 RBIs through his first 13 games. He's homered twice. Don't want this to turn into too long an inning for Archie Bradley. That's a good way to get it done. Strike 1. Pence has hit safely in 6 of his last 7. He's all armored up there. Look at that. Elbows, wrists, everything.
He fell off his scooter. He's one of the Giants players that lives downtown here in San Francisco and rides his motorized scooter to the ballpark every day. It's been stolen a couple of times. They
actually just found it. He donated one to charity, and somebody stole it, and they caught the guys that did it, thankfully. He's well protected up there. Two and 1, breaking ball. He's had to work from the stretch virtually this entire first inning, and now he's behind on Pence, 3 balls and a strike. He's missed with 3 straight. Second 3-ball count and 4 batters for Archie Bradley. Brandon Belt on deck. He would be next. Another fastball at 95. And now a 20-pitch first for Archie, 3-2. Posey will be off with a pitch. There he goes. Missed ball 4. Second walk in the inning for Archie Bradley. And he's not really locating right now.
Mike Butcher on his way out to the mound, talk it over, and maybe have seen something mechanically. Maybe just giving Archie a little bit of a blowout there. 21 pitches already in the ball game.
Well, Archie Bradley says his curveball's back, says he has a changeup now. He's starting to become more of a pitcher, not just a hard thrower. But so far tonight, we've primarily seen the hard thrower, and he just doesn't have the command to get away with it.
And we know major league hitters can turn around a fastball at 95, so you better be locating that pitch. And right now, he's having trouble finding the edges of the strike zone. I mean, every fastball has been 95 with the exception of one to Hunter Pence. He hit 96.
So Posey is at second, Pence at first. 2 outs, Brandon Belt. Belt with 3 home runs and about the same number of walks and strikeouts. Just under 300 to start the year. And you need to stick with an off-speed approach here. He has been pounding fastballs this season, so be very careful. Brandon Belt now with a signature and a brand new 5-year, $72 million deal that was completed just shortly after the season began. So they have now locked him up long term as well. Missed again. 2-1.
Playing half your games in this ballpark, it helps to have 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 left-handed hitters that can pull the ball, take advantage of that short porch in right. Only 309 right down the right field line. Of course, the high wall and McCovey Cove lurking behind.
Brandon Belt has been a good fit in this ballpark. Swing and a miss. Nice one from Archie right there. 2-2.
Good changeup. Not only the change of speeds, but you can see that tailing action as the ball got into the hitting zone.
That's the pitch that he has really had to work on in recent seasons. The fastball and that curveball have always been there. That changeup, it's starting to come along. He's right. 2-2. Just missed away. Full count, 3-2. His third 3-2 count in 5 batters. Posey at second, Pence at first, 2 outs. 3-2 on Brandon Belt. There go the runners. Foul back. Brandon Belt last season, 18 homers, 68 RBIs, career highs. And he has gotten the job done with 2 outs and runners in scoring position so far this year. Once more on 3-2. Walking. He did not go, says Pat Hoberg at third. 3 walks in the first inning for Archie Bradley. And the bases are loaded for Brandon Crawford. They've already made 1 mound visit. Archie's got to figure this out by himself. Roberto Kelly directing traffic at third. Posey at third, Pence at second, and Belt at first. Crawford 263, he's homered twice. Big cut at the first one, 96, and it's 0-1. Pitch number 30 in the first inning on the way. Well, Crawford has become as big an offensive force in this lineup as he's been defensively. Last year he led the Giants with 21 home runs. He was second on the team in RBIs behind only Buster Posey. In fact, no shortstop in baseball had more RBIs last year than Brandon Crawford. He knocked in 84. Bullpen will get busy for the Diamondbacks. He just can't find the strike zone. 2-1. Tyler Wagner just called up from Reno today. They needed some length back there in case it was a short night for Archie. Wagner has been a starter his whole career. And he is the, in case of emergency, break glass guy tonight for Chip Hale. And we're just about there. And the seat's out of play. That is a foul ball. That would not have been good.
No.
And he didn't miss by much.
Crawford optimistically started down that first baseline a couple steps and then realized it was going to slice into foul territory.
Archie's last start for Reno was a lot like this. It was last Tuesday against Albuquerque. He walked 2, hit a batter, threw a wild pitch, and was being taken out of the ball game after a 40-pitch first inning when he was ejected by the home plate umpire for arguing balls and strikes. He did not go, says Pat Hoberg. That's 4 3-2 counts on 6 batters for Archie. Bases full of Giants. 2 outs, 3 balls, and 2 strikes. Tyler Wagner continues warming up for the Diamondbacks in the bullpen down the right field line. 3-2 to Brandon Crawford. Got him, Archie Bradley. Wow, he somehow figured out a way, and Archie is out of a big mess. It's still somehow 1-0 Diamondbacks. Remarkable, a 35-pitch first inning for Archie Bradley, only 16 strikes, but he found a way to put a goose egg up there.
Threw a really good curveball, 3-2 there to Brandon Crawford to get that swing and a miss. He can smile now, but he wasn't smiling out there on the mound in that bottom half of the first.
So here we go, top of the second now. It's 1-0 Diamondbacks. Segura led off with a single Lamb double. Diamondbacks only able to get one home on a Peralta double play. And so Castillo leads off the second against Jake Peavy. And there's ball one. Archie was fired up big time, man. And that was wow.
Breathe.
Yeah. And he's still in there swinging. And Peavy's got his own problems. Behind on Castillo, 2-0. Well, he had the day off yesterday in San Diego. He's at a $1.94 to start the year. You mentioned Jake Peavy. He has really had a rough time of it to start the year. 0-1 in 2 starts. The ERA is at 10. And Peavy, in 9 innings of work coming into tonight, had given up 21 hits in 9 innings. His previous start came last Wednesday. Now, it was Coors Field, so keep that in mind, but still he gave up 10 extra base hits in 4 innings of work, a San Francisco record. In fact, no Giants pitcher had given up more than 8 extra base hits in a game since 1913. Peavy gave up 10 in 4 innings.
A home run, 3 triples, and 6 doubles.
Yikes. Whew. That's a half a season for some guys. So he has really been struggling trying to find it. And he's behind on Castillo, a full count 3-2 to lead off the second. Base hit for Welly, rolls it into left. Third hit for the Diamondbacks against Peavy. Need to get him going.
Well, it'll sure make a big difference for that bottom part of the order. Even in a situation like this, leading off an inning, get on base ahead of tonight Nick Ahmed hitting in the 7 hole. We know he's been hot.
Yeah, Nick hitless in the 4-game series against the Cubs at Chase Field, but he's got 6 hits on this road trip, including a pair of home runs at Dodger Stadium. He's at just under 270 for the year. There's a strike, 0-1. Keep in mind also that Peavy, despite his struggles, still the guy who leads all active pitchers with 17 career wins against the Diamondbacks. In fact, in his last 6 starts versus the D-backs, Peavy is 5-1.
That's basically a full season, 204 innings against the same opponent every day. Every start.
Long time in the division with the Padres, now back with the Giants. He's ahead of Ahmed, 0-2. And that 2-strike approach from Nick, which has really helped his overall game. Ball and 2 strikes. Shortens up. Just finds a way to, boy, he'll get down there in these 2-strike counts and find a way to get the bat on the ball and just dig it out sometimes. He's off that one close, but it's 2-2. Now Peavy's got that look.
He gets it about every other pitch. He'll talk to himself. He'll yell at himself out there on the mound to the point where sometimes the opposing team thinks he's barking at the other dugout, but it's just Jake Peavy blowing off a little steam out there, mad at himself.
Ahmed's become a tough guy to punch out. He's only struck out twice in his last 9 games. Lifts this in the air. Very shallow left center field. Pagan. Oh, wow. Well, this is a new combination now. Span is the center fielder. And Pagan has moved over to left. It's worked out really well so far. Well, that one was close.
Now we're at that point of the evening. There's about a 15 to 20 minute window when the sun goes down and the lights haven't really taken full effect yet, and balls hit high in the air like that pop up off the bat of Nick Ahmed are really tough to pick up.
I mean, that's what you're looking up into. And that's what Chris Owings will stare up into. He's the center fielder here with Socrates Brito now at AAA Reno. CO batting 8th tonight. I thought we might see Brito in the starting lineup considering the size of this outfield here, Bob. And then we got to the ballpark and found out he was headed to the minor leagues. And you figure it'll be CO in center for most of this series.
Well, and it could be a battle. This is one of the tougher outfielders to play in the major leagues, especially if you get that swirling wind later in the ball game. Now, I'm sure Chris has been warned. I mean, Matt Williams played here in San Francisco, so he understands what the winds will do late in a ball game, and constantly check the flags. Constantly check with your corner outfielders. Make sure you're all on the same page out there as to what might happen to a ball hit in the air in that direction.
It was swirling earlier. Winds have kind of died down right now. Just a little slight breeze out to right center field. 2-0 on Chris Owings. This one is in the seats and out of play. CO 6 for 30 to start the year at the plate, all singles. And has just 8 at-bats on this road trip. He's only started twice.
Well, and hopefully Chris will respond with the demotion of Socrates Brito, probably only temporarily, but hopefully Chris will realize, hey, I'm going to get an opportunity to play every day in center field. I'm going to get my 4 at-bats a game. Maybe just relax a little bit and let it go, let his talents come out.
I imagine that can only help.
Yeah, there's nothing worse for a ball player than having to check the lineup card every day when you get to the ballpark. First thing you do, you walk through the door, you say hi, hey guys, how you doing? And you walk over and look at the lineup card to see if you're playing or not. You like the feeling. Every player likes that feeling of showing up, and you don't even have to check. I know I'm in the lineup. I'm going to be hitting 6th. I'm going to be hitting 7th, whatever the case may be. You don't even have to look.
2-2. Well, Tony La Russa was talking about Chris Owings, the center fielder, and says he thinks that Chris is already an above-average center fielder, and with experience can get better and better. And it looks like he'll get plenty of experience out there in this 4-game series.
He's been able to make the plays out there. He takes good lines to the ball. He certainly has enough speed to play center field. I think the last piece to the puzzle will be getting the confidence to play a little more shallow. Like a lot of guys playing outfield for the first time, the tendency is to play deep and come in on everything.
That's a fair ball. Tomlinson smothers it at third, and they erase Castillo. Kelby Tomlinson, who has barely played any third base at all as a professional, is in there tonight for the slumping Matt Duffy. And Tomlinson did a good job there.
Just knock it down, throw him out. Kind of started his jump a little prematurely right there, but able to stay with it. And unfortunately, Wellington Castillo running from first base. If you had a speedier runner, he might have been able to beat that to second.
Ron Wotus, the infielder, or the bench coach, was hitting infield fungos to Kelby Tomlinson down at third for about an hour today. He has almost never played over there. Here's Archie. Now it's Owings at first and 2 down. This was earlier this afternoon. Kelby Tomlinson working on third base. He did not play any third with the Giants last year. Mostly all second base, a little shortstop. In fact, he only played 9 games at third in the minor league, so this really is new for him. But Duffy is really in a slump right now, getting the night off. That's in there for a strike, 1-1. Well, we know Archie's an athlete up there, former quarterback. It's a swing on it, but hits it right to Crawford. They go the short way for the force on CO, and that ends the inning. Bottom 2 from San Francisco coming up. It's 1-0 Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks lead the Giants 1-0. Hey fans, follow Arizona Diamondbacks baseball live with the MLB.com at Bat app. You can stay up to the moment at any moment. With game day, you'll get live game video highlights, StatCast, news, the whole thing. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball for your phone or your tablet. Well, that was somewhat of an amazing bottom of the first for Archie Bradley, who left the bases loaded. He walked 3 in the inning, threw 35 pitches, only 16 for strikes, but somehow kept the Giants scoreless. And now Kelby Tomlinson leads off the San Francisco second. And Archie starts off ball 1. Tomlinson in there for the slumping Matt Duffy, making his first start at third base since rookie league ball in 2011, so it's been a while. But Bruce Bochy apparently really wants to get Duffy a night off, because Duffy's in a 4 for 34 right now. He's really fighting it. And Tomlinson hasn't played a whole lot, just 2 for 12 on the year. Knocks this out to right. Peralta's there, one away.
Well, you think about that first inning for Archie, the biggest pitch and swing of the inning was the foul ball off the bat of Brandon Crawford.
Ooh.
If that ball gets down on the chalk, the Giants are off to the races. Bases were loaded. Crawford hit one just foul down that third baseline before striking out to end the inning.
And it might be the understatement of the century to say he could use a quick inning here. Jake Peavy batting 8th for Bruce Bochy. Bochy loves Pagan in the 9-hole ahead of Denard Span, and he has taken that idea once they talk Pagan into it and run with it, and it's worked out really well. So the Giants, for the most part this year, when both Pagan and Span are in there, will have the pitcher batting 8th. Pagan, of course, used to be the leadoff man here forever, and he's off to a tremendous start this year. I just wish Bochy were a little more stoic in that dugout.
Just trying to take it easy. If I get excited, my players will get excited.
He doesn't look excited. 2-2.
Have you seen his office in the ballpark here?
I have not.
He has got a bull moose. The head takes up half the room. I don't know where he got it or shot it or however it got in there, but
there was a moose in his office one day, and it never left.
It never left.
So it's like in a hunting lodge.
Yeah.
All right.
But it's one of the biggest ones I've ever seen. It wasn't in his office at the time. I just stuck my head in to take a look as I was walking by. Thought maybe it had crashed through from the other side of the wall.
Now Peavy knocks it into center. A 1-out single, second hit for the Giants against Archie Bradley. And Peavy still batting 1,000 on the year. And now he'll deal with Angel Pagan, who is revitalized, re-energized, the whole thing. He is healthy and off to an excellent start, hitting nearly .360. He did have a rough night last night in their loss at Dodger Stadium. Struck out all 3 times he was up. That snapped a 7-game hit streak. And Archie about to throw pitch number 45 here through 1 1/3. There's a strike on 1.
Well, the key for Angel Pagan, as you mentioned, has always been his health. When he's healthy, he's a very productive player, good outfielder, good switch hitter. But it's so hard to keep him on the field for long stretches of time.
That's a fair ball down the left field line by a diving Jake Lamb. Tomas plays it off the bullpen mound. Roberto Kelly will stop Peavy at third, and it's a double for Angel Pagan. His hot start continues.
A nice adjustment mid-swing. This is a slow breaking ball on the outside part of the plate. Pagan's front leg came down and he almost stopped completely. Looked like he hit the pause button on that swing, let the curveball get a little deeper, and then spanked it down that third baseline for a double.
And so Archie is right back in it here. Second and third, 1 out for the leadoff man, Denard Span. Span walked and was thrown out stealing in the bottom of the first. Chopped that one foul. Denard Span brought to San Francisco in January. A 3-year, $31 million free agent contract. And he's another guy who's had real health problems lately. But a good leadoff hitter with speed when he's healthy. Always seems to make contact and puts the ball in play. Which in this case would likely mean a tying run home from third. Oh, 0-2. Span had quite a giant debut. Nick Ahmed will talk it over with Archie now. He homered and drove in 5 runs on opening day. But he's knocked in just 4 since then. He's been in a little bit of a tailspin, down to 224. Peavy is the runner at third, and Pagan at second. It kicks away from Castillo. Here comes Peavy, and the Giants tie the ball game.
Trying to go to the breaking ball right there. Held on too long. That ball's way out in front of the left-handed batter's box. A long block attempt that time by Wellington Castillo. Just couldn't get his body over there quickly enough as Peavy scores.
And Pagan goes to third. And now the infield will come in a 1-1 ball game. One and two on Span.
Always amazed watching Denard Span hit. You know, most hitting coaches will tell hitters that your head has to be still. You have to be able to see the ball to hit the ball. And your head should be very still. But if you watch Denard Span, he's very upright as he's waiting for the pitch to be thrown, and then he drops down into a crouch, and his head has to move a good 6 inches. You see that at San Francisco Giants in the background there. That's where the bill of his cap is. Watch where it goes as the pitch is thrown.
It's into that crouch, knocks it into left center. Pagan scores, RBI for Span, and it's 2-1. And it's turning into a rough night for Archie Bradley.
Center cut 4-seam fastball, not much movement. We talked about it in that first inning. If you're going to throw a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, 4-seamer that's straight, you better hit your spots. Guys can turn that around.
Archie has never had great fastball command. It's something that he's always struggled with. He's always thrown hard, but the command has not always been there or where they'd like it to be. Joe Panik now. And now you're getting into the heads of state of this Giants order. Panik, Posey, Pence coming up. Still just 1 out, 2 runs in. Panik flied out his first time up. Diamondback bullpen is quiet for the moment. Tyler Wagner was warming up after the Giants loaded the bases in the first. Fan takes off, and Panik reaches out and just fouls it away. Buster Posey, I think, saying maybe that there was catcher interference there.
Definitely a hit and run for Joe Panik to swing at a pitch that far up and out of the strike zone.
And here, we're going to get an argument here. Posey's in the on-deck circle. Bruce Bochy coming out now to talk to Brian Knight. Buster immediately jumped out from his spot in the on-deck circle and pointed right at Wellington Castillo's glove.
He did.
Yeah, he
hit
got
the
it.
glove, yeah.
Buster noticed it right away down there. Brian Knight not quite convinced. Well, he's going to call in the other umpires for help. I didn't have it. What did you have?
Usually you can tell by the sound. I mean, there's a very distinctive sound when bat hits ball, but if bat hits leather, that makes a distinctive sound as well. Brian Knight had the best vantage point. He obviously did make contact with the ball, but even the way Wellington reacted looked like he got hit in the glove.
The only guy that didn't seem to see it was Brian Knight, and he had the best vantage points. Wow. Nobody had it, I guess.
Man. Well,
another
look.
look.
The Diamondbacks. Well, watch Wellington Castillo's glove as he reaches up and away for this pitch. Yeah, he definitely gets whacked on the thumb of the glove there as he was reaching for that.
So it's a ball and a strike on Joe Panik. 1 out and Span aboard at first.
And when contact was made with Welly's glove there, it couldn't have been more than 2 feet in front of Brian Knight's face.
That's kind of amazing, actually. Yeah.
Wow.
But boy, you can understand why Bochy would put the hit and run on with a guy like Panik up there. Welly trying to figure out a way to get Archie through this. Already at 53 pitches. It's taken 53 pitches to get 4 outs. Span holds this time. That pitch is in there, first strike. 1-2 now. Panik hit safely in all 3 games of the Giants series this weekend in LA. Posey on deck. Had a home run last night. Off the mound, a slow roller. Ahmed for 1. Segura can't turn 2. Panik beats it out. It kicked off the mound. The Diamondbacks caught a bad break there. It seemed to slow the roll for Nick.
It wasn't hit that hard to begin with, but yeah, once it hit the side of the mound, that slowed it down even more. And Nick tries to do everything he can to get that ball quickly to Gene Segura, but just not enough time to turn that double play with Joe Panik running.
But they erase Span. 2 outs now for Buster Posey, who singled his first time up. Is there any way to pitch to this guy?
Carefully.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
Doc, it hurts when I do this. Well, don't do that anymore.
The highest compliment you can pay a big league hitter when you sit in an advance meeting, all the guy will say, whoever's leading the meeting, the manager, the pitching coach, whomever, you can't pitch him any one way. You know, pound him inside his first at bat, throw him a lot of breaking balls away his second at bat, try to mix in some change ups, maybe elevate a fastball if you happen to get ahead, but there's no one way to pitch a guy like Buster Posey. Yeah, occasionally he'll get in a little bit of a funk, just like occasionally Goldie gets in a little bit of a funk at the plate, and he may open some holes in his swing, but when he's right and healthy and swinging the bat the way he's capable of, you just can't pitch him any one way. You really have to mix it up.
Missed at 95. Archie behind in the count again, 2-1. Still no action in the Diamondback bullpen, but you'd have to assume with the way the pitch count is going that we'll see Tyler Wagner at some point here in the not too distant future. Segura at second. That ball's got some spin on it, but Gene is there from the right field grass, and he throws him out. But the Giants get 2, and through 2, they take a 2-1 lead.
Diamondbacks fans, if you can't watch the games on TV, you can now stream games live on your mobile device. Just go to your app store and download the free Fox Sports Go app, log in, and stream the D-backs wherever you go.
Now, Jody is sick. It's just going around. I missed the whole series in San Diego. Now Jody is on the sidelines, but she is live tweeting from the hotel as BB and I filled in on Diamondback Live pregame show, otherwise known as the Brian Henry Express.
Yeah.
And it was rolling through town.
Do we know for sure that Jody's back at the hotel? She might be over at Sausalito or something.
Excellent point.
Enjoying the sights.
At a wine party. Segura quickly down 0-2. Can we send someone over to verify that she's actually... She could have had somebody taking the picture and then texted it to her and then tweeted it from the party that she's at.
Probably watching the Warriors.
Everybody else is, apparently. Although the place is filled out pretty well, close to what we're used to. Segura singled and scored. Back in the first. Bounces this one to Kelby Tomlinson at third. He's in there for Duffy tonight. Throws it out and away. Now, Jody is not feeling well, and I told her, I said, BB, I said 3 words: apple cider vinegar.
Really?
Oh, gosh. I was gargling that stuff like there was no tomorrow.
Well,
it'll clear, whatever you got in there, boy, it'll clear it out.
I text her a little bit of a different remedy.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure that one will work.
2 shots of bourbon every hour. Your throat will still be jacked, but you just won't care.
Oh, boy, if only. Jake doubled his first time up. Yeah, that apple cider vinegar, it took some rust off some car fenders outside the hotel as well. That stuff is, that is weird, wild stuff, man. So she's on that remedy, among other things. Or she's at a wine party in Sausalito, one or the other.
Yeah, we need her to get back to work because she does such a great job interviewing the players. They open up to Jody like they would never open up to you or me.
Oh, it's like having Barbara Walters on the sidelines. Charlie Rose. So get well soon, Jody. Relax, put your feet up. Try the Chardonnay. And again, I want to thank the governor, Greg Schulte, who filled in 3 games for the Padres. Mike Farron, who did a great job in his debut on radio play-by-play. Filling in for the governor, who was filling in for me in the whole thing.
Yeah, I had some flashbacks. Governor and I used to work the middle 3 innings of the games together back in the day.
Where was boy, oh boy?
Well, Tom Brenneman would move over to radio. And
Holy Moses.
Governor would move over to TV for the middle 3 innings every night.
Do that on a throwback Thursday. Yes, he went. First strikeout for Peavy. And there's the governor, along with Tom Candiotti and the great Leo Gilmartin overseeing things. Now, Leo has noticed that he's on television and is trying to sit up straight. Look, he's trying to look official now, take the glasses off. Nobody's buying this, Leo. Come on. Well, Leo looked very serious there all of a sudden. Goldie hit by a pitch his first time up. It got him in a jersey, we believe.
Best place to get hit.
Only place if you're this guy. One pitch. Ooh, took something off there. 1-1. Goldie has always done well here in this yard. He's a .320 career hitter at AT&T Park. He's homered 8 times. 32 RBIs in 41 games here. Now that might be the Tim Lincecum factor. Well, he's part of it anyway. That's the 7th time now, that last one, that the Diamondbacks have swung through a ball from Peavy. So something's working for Jake out there tonight. Lays off that one, doesn't bite it. It's even 2-2.
Now, you mentioned it earlier. When Peavy's commanding that slider, it really makes the rest of his arsenal good. He doesn't throw a lot of straight change-ups, but it makes that pitch effective, and it makes his fastball a little quicker.
Another swing through. So Peavy settling in. He strikes out Lamb and Goldschmidt, a 1-2-3 third. He's got a 2-1 lead.
with the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. A day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off. Enter promo code DBACKS50 at papajohns.com.
Archie Bradley trying to find something that works out there tonight. Archie, through 2 innings, has thrown 59 pitches, only 32 for strikes. He'll work to Pence, Belton, Crawford, 4, 5, and 6 in the Giant third. Hunter Pence walked his first time up. Archie walked 3 in that first inning and left the bases loaded without a run, but the Giants got 2 in the second. Hits by Peavy, Pagan, and Span all in a row. A wild pitch brought in a run as well. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Let's see if Archie can go a whole inning and just pitch from that windup, settle in. And you'll notice when he's pitching from the windup, Archie this year, and this is one of the things he worked on with Mike Butcher, has lowered his hands. He now starts from the waist. Before, he would have that glove right in front of his face when he started his motion. On a hot right to Segura. Looking for more of those, 1 away. Mike Butcher sat down to watch video with Archie after Butcher would hire here as the new pitching coach. And Mike said that he saw a guy when he looked at Archie who looked like he was trying to learn his delivery. And Butcher was sure that he could smooth things out with Archie's mechanics, make him a little more functional, get Archie to use that leverage to get the ball where he wants it to go. That has not been the case yet here tonight. But you see some of the physical differences, starting with his hand position there at the belt.
Right. Yeah, you may remember last year we had a split screen of Archie with Curt Schilling. Some similarities at points in the delivery to Curt Schilling's delivery.
Now this is last year. That's where he would start. Any idea what benefit that may give you? I know you're not a pitching coach, but you caught a lot of pitchers.
Well, occasionally when you start in front of your face like that, as you begin your delivery, you could see Archie as he was dropping his hands last year, digging in the glove to get a grip on the ball. Sometimes that's a tip off to a hitter, what pitch might be coming. I'm not saying that's the reason they dropped his hands this year, but occasionally that can be a reason. And when a guy struggles to throw strikes, simplify, simplify, simplify. The fewer moving parts, but still getting your arm back in a good position to get in the slot you want to be to throw strikes. The fewer movements you have, the better, just like a hitter. When you're struggling and you have a lot of moving parts in your swing as a hitter, you try to simplify things.
Well, rolls it right into the shift. Segura from the outfield grass. 2 ground ball outs here in the third for Archie. And it'll work to Brandon Crawford, who struck out with the bases loaded to end that Giant threat in the first.
Now, talking about finding a delivery that works for a pitcher, whether it's Archie Bradley or anybody for that matter, stick around and watch Johnny Cueto pitch.
We'll see him Thursday. Right?
He'll have a different windup on every pitch. Sometimes he quick pitches, sometimes he turns his back to the batter like Louis Tiant used to. He gives you all kinds of look, and there's nothing consistent about any of it, but it works for him.
He says he likes to create and invent out there. Another ground ball. Segura ties a record with 3 assists in the inning. And that's 4 in a row set down by Archie Bradley, who really needed that. Diamondbacks trail at 2-1. Hey, fans, don't miss the D-backs and Pirates at Chase Field this weekend, April 22nd and the 24th. And on Saturday the 23rd, you can pick up the A.J. Pollock bobblehead, courtesy of Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com. Now, BB, the bobblehead today wanted to go see your plaque, which is alongside the Giants Wall of Fame here outside AT&T Park. And I don't know how much more I can take of this guy. Peralta hits one right to Brandon Belt on the short hop. I mean, he was like, you know, walking to the park, and he's like, oh, what's Brenly ever done? Didn't he see the catch I made here in this park? I should have a plaque up there. And it got into a whole ugly thing, and it's just become a long trip with this thing.
Well, you know, he's been here, there, and everywhere so far and saved that baseball from hitting my plaque. I do appreciate that. Nice catch.
What's he ever done? My catch was the catch of the year. It's just, you know, one away for Tomas. Yasmani lined out to left field his first time up. Peavy's now set down 5 in a row. Do they have a ceremony when you get your plaque up there? Do they do anything, or it just appears one day?
It just magically appears one day.
Well, it looks good.
It's quite an honor, I'll tell you. I was very fortunate to be the only catcher in the organization for 10 years. Throughout the 80s, there really wasn't a lot of pressure pushing on me from the minor leagues, so it was a good time to be the catcher for the Giants.
Timing is everything in life.
Absolutely.
Brandon Crawford, a slow roller. 6 in a row set down by Peavy. And now here's Wellington Castillo.
I will give a shout out to A.J. Pollock anyway. I was injured my first full year in the major leagues. Broke my collarbone with 2 days to go in spring training, so I opened the season on the DL. And it was quite a frustrating experience to watch every game knowing that this should be my at-bat. That should be me out there playing. And I know how frustrating that can be, A.J., but keep doing what you're supposed to do and you'll be back out there before you know.
He is sorely missed. Well, he singled in his first at-bat against Jake Peavy.
Plus, that was back in the day when they used to give you incentive bonuses. They wouldn't give you any money on your contract, but they'd say, if you get 500 plate appearances, we'll give you an extra nickel.
Shrewd. Deep fly ball, center field, span at the track, at the wall, and he won't get that one. It is gone, a home run. Wellington Castillo, his second of the year. He takes Peavy deep, and we are tied at 2.
Wow.
That one just kept going and going. That was a lot like the Upton homer Saturday night in San Diego.
Hit that one high in the air and took advantage of some wind tunnel up high here. A jumbo jack for this Wellington Castillo home run with the purchase of a large drink. Yeah, well, he knew he got it on the sweet spot of the bat, hit it high in the air. Chases Span all the way back to the barrier. Those are the flags on top of the scoreboard, right behind Denard Span. Got a little assistance that time. He hit it so high in the air.
Nick Ahmed, yeah, the flags in right center are barely moving. But the ones way on top above that center field scoreboard, they are gusting out to straightaway center. And, well, we got it up in that jet stream. Nick flied out his first time up 0 for 1. So a 2-2 ball game. Back and forth we go. He bangs it right to Crawford, who's there with the gold glove. But the Diamondbacks get the equalizer. Wellington Castillo's second home run of the year has made it a 2-2 ball game.
fourth. Anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
Well, Archie Bradley back in a 2-2 ball game now after a 35-pitch first, a 24-pitch second, but a tremendous 9-pitch third. So maybe Archie can settle in here. He's retired 4 in a row. He'll work to the lower third of the Giant order. Shelby Tomlinson, the pitcher, Jake Peavy, then Angel Pagan, 7, 8, 9. And Archie's had that fastball in the mid-90s consistently all night long. Now it's 70 pitches. But only 39 for strikes. Along the right field line. Peralta gives it a look, but it's in the seats. Nice catch out there. There you go. North of 95.
He almost walked right into that one. Man, that was close. All tailing up and in.
Breaks. Full count, 3 and 2.
There are times as a hitter, you feel like the Matrix. You see that pitch coming at you and you're sure it's going to hit you. That's going to square me up right in the throat. And somehow the ball misses you.
Along the right field line, this will stay playable for Peralta. He's got it in foul ground, 1 away. Brings up Jake Peavy, who singled and scored a run his first time up. That was the 5th full count in the ball game for Archie Bradley. He's been behind all night. There's a strike. And that's been one of the things Archie talked about this spring. He knows he's got to start getting ahead in counts and not having to work from behind. And it's something he really struggled with last year. Even when he was successful very early in the year, he was walking too many guys. In his 8 big league starts, Archie had at least 3 walks in 5 of them. A lot of high pitch counts, a lot of 3-ball counts. And we've seen that again tonight. But ahead of Peavy, a ball and 2 strikes. Just by the glove, Ahmed behind the bag, and he's got it. Archie's starting to get that ground ball working now.
You may have noticed if you're watching the radar gun readings, he's throttled back a little bit on his fastball. He's thrown some at 92, 93, maybe sacrificing some velocity at times to try to find that strike zone a little more consistently.
5 of the last 6 Giants have grounded out. Archie has set down 6 straight. And now with the bases empty and 2 outs, it's Angel Pagan. Pagan doubled and scored his first time up. On the first one. Pagan has already homered once this year. You may remember last year he didn't hit a home run until September 5th. His homer came off the Dodgers lefty Scott Kazmir, and he hit it right-handed. It was his first right-handed homer in almost 2 years. There you go. Archie's ahead now, 0-2. Coming off a 9-pitch third. His 4th 0-2 count in the ball game. Now at 80 pitches, 46 strikes. Another nice quick inning right here, and try and get through 5. This is up and away, 1-2. Look out, Archie. It rolls into center. Pagan 2 for 2. Boy, he looks really good. And we don't need to go there again.
Oh, center cut fastball. Pagan takes it right back where it came from. Archie is in marginally better fielding position now than he was before the Carlos Gonzalez line drive off his face. He used to really spin off toward the first base side. Occasionally would end up with his back toward home plate, looking back over his shoulder to see what happened at home plate. He's in a little better fielding position now.
Span has walked, and he's got an RBI single. You know, Archie has admitted that when he returned from being struck by that cargo liner last April, it was very much still on his mind. And he mentioned a game in May at Miami when he came back. And the Marlins' Giancarlo Stanton came to bat, and Archie said he was looking at Stanton, standing there on the mound, and he said he can remember thinking, oh my God, if he hits it back at me, I might literally die. Imagine trying to pitch like that.
Oh.
But he would shrug it off last year and tell everybody it's no big deal. That's what you do. You're an athlete. You're a competitor. But he admitted now he was worried about it. And in fact, he said he thought about it so much in that Stanton at bat. He was more worried about that than he was thinking about how to get Stanton out. And that's when you really get into trouble, especially against guys like that.
And Giancarlo Stanton, a guy that had taken a fastball off his jaw and has to wear that protective guard on his helmet. Who knows what was going through his mind? You don't think about baseball as a dangerous game where you could possibly get hurt, but every now and then it will remind you of how dangerous it can be.
And you can see when he came back, and the Diamondbacks have admitted they probably should have had Archie go out on a rehab assignment rather than bring him right back to a major league mound so quickly. But he was a different guy after that, and the numbers, the contrast could not be more stark.
Right.
Behind on Span 1-0 after Pagan's 2-out single. Archie had retired 6 straight. But that fear or that feeling of being hit again by a line drive comebacker was something he was desperately trying to cover up last year. And he said it was most important to him not to let his teammates see he was scared. He didn't want that. And he quickly realized he needed to get over that fear and get going again. Big cut by Span that time, and Archie's ahead of ball in 2 strikes.
And you mentioned it last year, and certainly I agree with you. I think his football background may have helped him a little bit withstand that shot to the face. I'm sure he'd had his bell rung a few times as a quarterback in high school. Yeah, if that was the very first experience with a blow to your face or head, it could be a terrifying experience, even more so than it was already.
One and 2. Pagan bluffs and holds. A little nubber. Archie's on it, and he erases that 2-out single. So we are through 4 in San Francisco. Diamondbacks and Giants tied at 2. It's all tied up. Hey fans, tomorrow's edition of the Diamondback Live pregame show starts the Cuba Baseball's Final Frontier Series and showcases a cannot-miss feature that tells the story of Yasmany Tomas and his defection from Cuba. This is a tremendous program. Don't miss it. Diamondbacks Live starts tomorrow night, 6:30 on Fox Sports Arizona and streaming on Fox Sports Go. They had a camera crew down there in Cuba. And Yasmany Tomas went through the whole story, and it is riveting. It's amazing to think about the things we take for granted and what some of the Cuban players went through just to get here to be able to play this game. And so please don't miss that because it's just an outstanding show. Chris Owings leads off the top of the fifth against Jake Peavy. And CO right away down 0-2. 194 on the year. He's 6 for 31. Good figures with Socrates Brito now with AAA Reno. They get a lot of time in center field in this series. The veteran Jake Peavy. He's 34. He'll be 35 at the end of May. Peavy, no matter how he may be struggling at any given time, and he's off to a horrible start this year, he's been a good luck charm for the Giants in this ballpark since his first start with San Francisco, which was July of 2014. He started 17 games here at AT&T Park, and the Giants have won 13 of those games, so he can be tough in this yard.
This is a great pitcher's ballpark. They give you plenty of bailout territory. It's 421 to the gap out there in right center. They call that Triples Alley. But if you can get guys to hit fly balls in that direction, depending on the wind direction in a given game, a lot of fly ball outs to the deep part of the ballpark. The infield grass tends to be a little bit thicker here than it is at some of the other ballparks in the major leagues, which slows down ground balls. This has always been a really good place to pitch.
And a great place to come watch a ball game. If you're a D-backs fan who hasn't made it out here yet, book a trip right now. Come out for a series, watch a couple of games, stay in town. You will have a wonderful time.
You don't recommend staying in Oakland? Taking BART over every day?
All I hear about is the bridge traffic. Everybody that works here, like Bo, our able-bodied statistician here with his Golden State Warriors hat on. It takes like 3 hours, I'm told, to get across the bridge. Just across the bridge, not to drive from home, just to get the bridge, 3 hours. It's bad.
The traffic is bad here everywhere. It took the team bus nearly an hour to get to the ballpark, and we're not even but a mile away.
Yeah, they're tearing up downtown. Wow. Construction everywhere. Owings drops that in front of Span, a leadoff single. That's the fifth Diamondback hit against Jake Peavy. But you do need to get out to this ballpark if you've not yet been here. It is a great atmosphere. Always a lot of Diamondback fans here.
I ran into some D-backs fans in the lobby of the hotel today. Had just flown in for the series, catch some D-backs games, do a little sightseeing, maybe head up to Napa and hang out with Jody.
Yeah, maybe she'll save some wine. Well, a lot of the D-backs players who are from the West Coast, their folks will come down. Yeah. Like Jake Lamb's parents often come down from Washington State. Evan Marshall is from the area here.
Saw them today.
Yeah. Boy, did he look good yesterday. He was dominant. Nothing doing here with Archie Bradley up there. Evan looked as good or better than he did 2 years ago.
I would say better. I mean, you know, small sample size, 2 innings, but man, his fastball had good late life. His breaking ball was sharp and late.
He just overpowered those Padres. And what a moment that was for him and Allie and everybody. They're going to keep CO close over there. The former Giant down there at third. Archie swings away. That almost hits Segura in the on-deck circle. Gene's got his family here with him on this part of the trip. Archie squares and gets the bunt down. Peavy will not have a play on Owings, and they move the runner along. Nice job there by Archie Bradley. Peavy pump fake to second, but decided he did not have a shot at Owings, so a 1-4 put out there. And we'll look at Segura. Gene singled and scored to lead off the ball game. Grounded out his last time up. A roller right to Panic. 2 down, Owings at third. And now we'll see if Jake Lamb can pick up a 2-out RBI. Jake doubled back in the first, struck out his last time up.
Obviously, you'd love to pick up that run right here for the positive reinforcement. You know, you get the leadoff man on, the pitcher bunts him up. Gene Segura moves him over, trying to drive him in. And if Jake Lamb can come up with that big 2-out knock to drive in that go-ahead run, good positive reinforcement on doing things the right way.
Thanks. So cut up the first one from Peavy and knocks it in the seats. Yeah, Jake with that 2-strike opposite field approach, banged one off the base of the wall and left center his first time up for a double. Really done a good job using the whole field. Well, now he's down 0-2. Seventh 0-2 count in the ball game for Jake Peavy. So he's been well ahead most of the night here. Popped him up third base side. Tomlinson is under it. Peavy strands the leadoff single. Bottom 5 on the way. Diamondbacks and Giants tied at 2. presented by Cox. BB, Archie has settled in. He's retired 7 of the last 8 he's faced.
Yeah, we didn't know if he was going to be in the game long enough to face 8 hitters, but has settled in nicely. His breaking ball's been in and around the strike zone a lot more consistently. And as I mentioned in the last half inning, he throttled back a little bit on his fastball, tried to find the zone, and still can reach 95, 96 on any given pitch, but much better to pitch with command at 92, 93 than spray it around at 95 and 96.
Joe Panik gets this up in the air. It backs up Peralta, who looks up, and it's gone. Joe Panik, that's his 3rd. He homered last night in L.A. A homer tonight has made it 3-2 Giants. That wind has started blowing out a little bit more to right center. It got way up there in that wind and carried out.
Boy, off the bat, I thought that was a fly ball to medium depth right field.
Oh, look at that location now.
Yep. But got it up in that same wind that helped Wellington Castillo. If you hit it high enough in the air, you get a little bit of assist from Mother Nature.
Just deep enough. Here's Posey, 1 for 2, a single in the 1st. Yeah, Panik's home run off Kenta Maeda in their loss at Dodger Stadium last night was the Giants' only run. So now he's homered in back-to-back games. And Archie's behind on Buster Posey, 2-0. Diamondback bullpen will get busy. Randall Delgado is running down there. (3-0). Archie had done a really nice job after a 35-pitch first and a 24-pitch second. There was a 9-pitch third and 18-pitch fourth. But now a rocky start to the 5th. And he gives up the homer to Panik and walks Posey on 4 pitches. That's the 4th walk tonight issued by Archie Bradley.
I believe we're going to have a visit to the mound here to stall for a little bit of extra time, although you can only get 30 seconds as a pitching coach to go out there and make the visit, but they're going to try to give Randall Delgado as much of an opportunity to crank it up down in that bullpen as they possibly can.
Well, that's Archie's first walk since the 1st inning. He walked 3 in that 1st when he threw 35 pitches, only 16 strikes. Archie's never had great fastball command. His career minor league walk rate is about 12%. And that's a lot, and it's something that needs to improve in the big leagues. Last year, with the Diamondbacks, barely over half the pitches Archie threw went for strikes. And it's just really hard to succeed like that, no matter how hard you're throwing it. And Archie, to his credit, learned a lesson with that last year. Now, we haven't seen it manifest itself tonight, but, you know, he said when you can't locate stuff and you're not able to get ahead, he just couldn't do the things he wanted to do last year. And that's been the case again tonight. Here's Pence, who has walked and grounded out. Well, that's a Hunter Pence cut right there.
Doesn't always swing at strikes, but if it's to his liking, he's going to take a hack at it. That ball way up and in off the plate. Swung so hard his elbow guard very nearly came off.
Oh, he makes contact swinging that hard. Clear the deck. Two and one. Buster Posey was talking about that the other day. He said that in batting practice, Hunter Pence hits balls as far as anybody. And so Posey has started a campaign to get Pence in the home run derby. Oh. So Buster's having a little fun with his teammate. He says Pence is on board. We'll see. All-Star game in San Diego this year. Now Archie's really getting into trouble here. A home run, a walk, now behind on Pence 3-1. Delgado warming up quickly. With Bradley coming up on 96 pitches. Boy, his feet move a lot. It's like he hops at the ball.
Now, this is definitely not a guy you want your little leaguers to model themselves after. As far as his swing, the rest of his game, the way he gets after it every day, the way he competes, but that approach as a hitter will probably only work for Hunter Pence.
3-2.
Well, you find something that works, something that you're comfortable with, and you stick with it with the results he's had over the course of his career.
He's hit safely in 6 of his last 7 games. 7th pitch of the at-bat coming up. Got him. Second strikeout for Archie, and that's the first out in the 5th.
That's a big first out, too, getting Pence out of the way right there. Inside part of the plate fastball. Pretty good pitch to hit, but Pence swung right through it that time.
Now Brandon Belt, and the Diamondbacks will put the shift on here. Belt walked in the first, grounded out his last time up.
Well, Delgado is now ready down in that right field bullpen should Archie run into any more trouble in this inning. Just standing on the mound watching right now.
100th pitch coming up. And barely half of them for strikes.
Yeah, and occasionally we can say, well, the umpires really squeezed him back there, but there's only been a couple of pitches, I think, that maybe could have gone his way that didn't.
He's found a way to get out of it. He got out of an unbelievable jam in that first inning and has kept it close. And he's really battled. 1-1. Jake Lamb right behind the second base umpire, Bill Miller. On that all by himself on the left-hand side of the infield. 1 out, he's got to stay close to that second base bag.
It's a good stop by Wellington Castillo. When a breaking ball hits that far out in front of home plate, because of the rotation on the pitch, it's not going to take a true bounce right up into your midsection. It may shoot up toward your left shoulder. It may stay down and scoot underneath. Tom Wellington able to get enough glove on it to keep it in front.
Delgado has stopped warming up in the D-backs bullpen. He's ready to go. 2-1 pitch. Missed again, 3-1. He's gone to 3-ball counts on the last 3 hitters. There's the strike. Hold on there, Brandon. Brian Knight back there says 3-2.
Looked like I might have fell off that outside corner a little bit. Just a little bit of late movement that time. Tailing action from Archie. They're really playing with fire with these 3-1 counts to the last 2 hitters.
The best hitters in this lineup. Hard right over Segura. He hit it hard into the shift. Two on and 1 out. And that's going to be it. Here comes Chip Hale. Archie, 105 pitches, only 58 strikes. He walked 3 in the first, somehow left the bases loaded without a run. But as night ends here, it's 3-2 San Francisco.
inning, trailing the Giants by a run. He is responsible for the 2 base runners as Randall Delgado takes over. Hey, D-backs fans. D-backs season ticket holders can take advantage of a lot of perks this season. With the Loyalty Cup, season ticket holders enjoy $2 Pepsi refills and get multiple discounts on concession items. Become a season ticket holder today and check out all the amazing benefits at dbacks.com/advantage.
Well, Randall Delgado has seen this all too often already this year. He's been a workhorse out of the D-back bullpen already with 9 1/3 innings out there this season. That leads all major league relievers in terms of innings, and he inherits a bit of a mess here. He's got Posey at second, Belt at first, a run in on the panic corner. Still just 1 out, and Brandon Crawford steps in. Crawford 0 for 2. He is struck out and grounded out. And there's ball 1. I don't know how much longer Randall can keep this pace up, because he has been the workhorse, the plow horse. He's been doing it all out there.
You'd like to think at some point soon the starters will settle in and start to get a little bit deeper into the ball games, and you could be a little more careful with how you use Randall Delgado.
But tonight a little bit of a special circumstance, given that Ruby De La Rosa was not able to go following his appearance Saturday in San Diego. Randall ahead now 1-2. Rest of the series has Robbie Ray up against Matt Cain tomorrow. Greinke and Mad Bum here Wednesday night. Don't miss that. And Thursday, a day game, getaway day, Shelby Miller and Johnny Cueto. Two and two. Kelby Tomlinson, getting the start at third base for the slumping Matt Duffy tonight, is on deck. Posey at second, Belt at first. Wind is blowing in now from right center field. Just inside, full count 3-2. Crawford opened up the year with a 5-game hitting streak. He's had only 4 hits since. Hitless tonight. Just missed. Todd Tishner down there at first.
92-mile-an-hour fastball from Delgado that time, and Crawford buggy whipped it foul down that first baseline. That usually sets you up for some kind of an off-speed pitch on the next delivery. Of course, it needs to be in the strike zone on the 3-2 pitch.
Ball 4.
Did try to come back with an off-speed delivery. Unfortunately, bounced it in the dirt. Crawford not even tempted to swing at that pitch.
And so the Giants have them loaded with 1 down and 1 run already in. Buster Posey is the runner at third. Brandon Belt the runner at second. And Brandon Crawford at first. And Kelby Tomlinson, who is 2 for 14 to start the year and 0 for 2 tonight, steps in. Getting the start at third base for Matt Duffy, who's stuck in a 4 for 34 right now. So Duffy getting a mental health night. There's a strike, 0-1. Randall could really use a ground ball right here. That's pulled foul down the left field line. You've got Peavy, the pitcher, on deck. He's actually hit the ball fairly hard twice tonight, a single and a ground out. Won't fight that time. A ball and 2 strikes. Seemed like there were a lot more players with glasses back in your day. Baseball cards, a lot of guys with that glasses on.
Before they invented contacts.
Yeah. Probably had something to do with it. Or LASIK. Shortening up with 2 strikes. Just did stay alive. That one got Castillo.
Off that right knee guard.
Just give me another ball.
Yes, give me another ball. Let's go. It's not going to get any better anytime soon. I'll rest in November.
1-2. This with a fastball, 2 balls and 2 strikes. What is the idea for shortening up, choking up, as they always tell us in Little League, like Tomlinson is doing now? Because you can see a lot of that bat handle down with 2 strikes.
Yeah, it's a little better bat control. You don't have quite as much weight because some of it is down at the handle end now. Shorter, quicker, later swing if necessary to protect the plate.
Called strike 3. Brian Knight rings him up, and a big out number 2 for Randall with a pitcher Peavy coming up.
Boy, what a great location. Tailing fastball starts just off the corner. Comes right back to that outside corner at the knees. Perfect pitch. Boy, and now you pitch Jake Peavy just like he's Buster Posey.
Yeah.
You know, he's not a pitcher right now. You've got ducks on the pond everywhere out there.
Still a 1-run ball game.
He's already got 1 hit in the game, and as you mentioned, hit the ball hard his other time back up the middle. Took a nice play by Nick Ahmed to take away that base hit. First pitch breaking ball.
He did not go, says Todd Tishner down there. 1-0. So how would you pitch Buster Posey in this situation?
Well, carefully.
Yeah, there you go. It's a cure-all.
Always carefully. For me, I like to jam pitchers. I like to make them make a decision quickly. Fastballs right in there.
Look at the movement on that pitch. That started out on the outer half and broke back in toward the right-hand hitter. This thing is coming at you. Watch where this starts and look where it finishes. Right there. 1-1. There it is. 1-2. Dropped right off the table. Seagulls are starting to congregate.
Seems awfully early for them to be circling already.
A little bit, a little bit. The smell of garlic fries is in the air. Bases loaded. 2 outs. 2-2 on Peavy. The dangerous Pagan would be next. He's on deck. This is the out you want right here. Full count, 3-2. And now everybody will be off for the pitch. Posey at third. Belt at second. Crawford at first. And here we go.
Missed him. A walk and a run, 4-2 ball game. Second walk in 3 batters issued by Randall Delgado.
Pretty impressive bat by a guy that is not known for his offensive capabilities. Jake Peavy had a couple of good rips, laid off some breaking balls out of the zone, ends up taking a high fastball out of the zone for ball 4 and an RBI.
Yeah, it's been a good night for Peavy at the plate. He singled and scored in the second. And now a bases loaded walk in the 5th. Mike Butcher. Diamondback bullpen quiet right now. Posey was aboard after an Archie Bradley walk, so that run is charged to Archie. He went 4 1/3, gave up 7 hits, so far 4 earned runs. He walked 4, struck out 2. And now he's got some dangerous hitters coming up to face Randall Delgado. Pagan 2 for 2. He is red hot to start the year. Jumps on the first one and just does get a piece of it. Eighth man up in this giant 5th. Oh and 2. Pagan, a switch hitter last year, much better from the right-hand side. He hit nearly 320 there last year. Under 240 as a lefty last season. But the left-hand side is his power side. Well, this has now turned into a 42 pitch inning for Diamondbacks pitchers, Bradley and Delgado. After Archie threw a 35 pitch first.
And you start to get concerned about the defense, guys just standing around out there watching pitch after pitch after pitch out of the strike zone, waiting for a ball to be hit their direction. It's just human nature to end up back on your heels when that ball is hit your way.
And moves Pagan's heels a bit there. Still no one throwing to the Diamondback bullpen. Pagan about 340 career with the bases full.
Don't want to go full count again, get those runners on the move with a good hitter like Angel Pagan at the plate. Make something happen right here. Make your best pitch of the at bat right here.
Base hit. Belt scores. They will wave Crawford. The throw from Peralta is cut off. And it's 6-2 Giants. Pagan 3 for 3.
Fastball down in the zone. Pagan finds that hole on the right side. I think some confusion on the part of David Peralta. Wasn't sure whether he was going to throw home or throw to third. With the pitcher Jake Peavy running from first base, if he comes up throwing to third right away, they probably gun down the Giants pitcher at third base. But
Tyler, I'm sorry, Bob.
That confusion, he wasn't quite sure where he was going to throw the ball and ended up pulling it offline. Nick Ahmed had to cut it off.
So it's a 4-run inning for the Giants. Tyler Wagner once again throwing the Diamondback bullpen, called up from AAA Reno today. Socrates Brito was sent down. As they want some length back there, they go with the extra pitcher. Span has walked. He's got an RBI single. Ninth man to bat in the Giant fifth. A slow roller right to Jake Lamb. And that finally ends a long fifth inning. Diamondbacks down 6-2.
As we head to the top half of the sixth inning, it's time to take a look back, presented by Geico. April 18th, 1987, Michael Jack Schmidt from Ohio University hits his 500th career home run off Don Robinson, a former teammate of mine, in the ninth inning, giving the Phillies an 8-6 win.
I was going to say, this is a great Geico legacy moment for you, because you broke most of Mike Schmidt's records in college, and Don Robinson, that's your boy.
Yeah, caveman. That was one of the highlights of my playing career. Sunday mornings at Candlestick Park. You know.
Oh yeah, he used to do
caveman quiz. Yeah,
caveman quiz. Now, what were some of the questions on the caveman quiz?
You know, it's hard to even remember. I mean, you had to know Don Robinson and his West Virginia accent. What is the main export of Peru?
Grapes.
No.
Goldie leads off the Diamondbacks sixth inning, and he dunks it into left, a leadoff single.
How many wheels on a tricycle?
I think I know the answer to that one. It's 3.
But it just would go on and on and on, these inane trivia questions, and eventually the whole team would be roaring in laughter and be very relaxed to go out and play a ball game on a Sunday.
Didn't he get in one long at bat with a guy that kept fouling off pitch after pitch after pitch, and just kind of got fed up?
When he was pitching for the Pirates at Three River Stadium, ran the count to 3-2 against me, and
you were the hitter.
Yeah, I lost count of how many foul balls I pulled foul down the third baseline. All fastballs. And after about the 6th or 7th or 8th foul ball down the third baseline, Donnie walked about halfway to home plate and said, "Would you put it in play? I ain't throwing nothing but fastballs." I think I ended up flying out to left field or something, but boy, Donnie, he competed and he had a lot of fun playing this game.
Peralta now. David's 0 for 2. Corey Guerin will start throwing up in the Giant bullpen. My Jerry Coleman shout out. The right-hander. One of the great lines from the Colonel of all time. Rich Folkers is throwing up in the bullpen.
Yeah.
The late great Jerry Coleman.
Goes back to the wall. He hits his head, and it's rolling back toward the infield.
That would be the ball, not his head. 2-0 on Peralta. Don Robinson on that great 1979 Pirates We Are Family World Series winner that was honored I think it was yesterday by the Pirates. They wore those uniforms.
79 unis,
Those great yellow shirts, the pullovers. Peralta knocks it headed toward Triple's alley, and the freight train is on the tracks. Here we go. Here comes Goldie. He will come in and score, and Peralta's in there at third. It's an RBI triple for the freight train. Boy, this ballpark, he hit it in the perfect spot for him, right there.
Boy, absolutely. Fastball elevated over the heart of the plate. Pagan playing, or rather, Span playing a few steps over toward the gap in left center, and he makes him pay. Goldie motoring around. He'll score from first base.
That's our Chaz Roberts air conditioning cool play of the game. Second triple of the year for David Peralta. And the Diamondbacks have now trimmed that giant lead. It's a 6-3 ball game. A single and a triple to open up the inning against Jake Peavy. Boy, I tell you what, you hit the ball in that spot, you can really run around the base.
Yeah.
They got to go a long way to get it.
Guys that really run well, that's possible inside the park territory out there. It's 421 feet from home plate all the way to the wall out there in right center. And especially when you have the defense spread wide apart like the Giants did that time, you can run all night.
Well, that might be it for Peavy. Bochy waited until Peavy was about ready to deliver a pitch to Yasmani Tomas and decided to go for a stroll. He's had Guerin warming up, and he wants the baseball. Diamondbacks trail at 6-3. They have a threat going in the sixth. Back after this.
Some noise here cutting into the Giants lead. It's 6-3 with nobody out here in the top of the sixth. Runner at third for Yasmani Tomas. Hey fans, a D-backs home run tonight means a free jumbo jack tomorrow at participating Jack in the Box locations with the purchase of a large drink.
Pitching change for the Giants. It's the right-hander Corey Guerin, who spent almost all of last year at AAA Sacramento. He was a September call-up and has done a good job so far this year. 5 scoreless innings. He's given up just 2 hits. This is his 6th appearance. Diamondbacks have a run in. Peralta, the RBI triple, has made it 6-3. He's at third, nobody out for Yasmani Tomas, who's 0 for 2.
Sinker slider guy. Fastball will sit in the low 90s. A slider in the low to mid 80s.
Trying to get that run home from third. There's a strike on 1.
A little bit of a drop down there. Very low 3/4, almost sidearm delivery.
Well, we'll see if Yasmani can keep this hot streak going. Two homers yesterday in San Diego. There's a bouncer right to Panic at second. This will get the run home. Peralta scores. RBI for Tomas, and it's a 6-4 ball game. Here's Wellington Castillo now. Well, he homered deep to center field his last time up. He's 2 for 2. Also had a single to lead off the second. Welly coming off a day off yesterday at Petco Park. He homered there Friday. So things are starting to pick up. Starting to get back into beef mode here.
Yeah.
The Jimmy John's high-speed delivery. This one high, deep, and gone to center. Tell you what, he hits it there again right now. He might take a couple of seagulls down with him.
That'd be all right.
Yeah. Late swing there, 0-2.
A Frisbee-like slider from that low 3/4 delivery. Starts it right at the right-handed hitter, trying to work it back to the inside corner.
A little discussion with Brian Knight back there. These birds, man. 0-2. Oh, well, he did not have a good AB right there. 2 down.
Got the slider on the inside part of the plate for a swing and a miss, and then chases one right out of the zone. Well, it's very flat. Doesn't have a lot of downward movement, but Guerin, at least in that at bat, able to control that slider.
Nick Ahmed now. 6 hits on the road trip. 0 for 2 tonight. He flied out to left his first time up, lined one right to Crawford at shortstop to end the 4th. It's great to see the D-backs after that long bottom of the 5th, during which the Giants scored 4 times, come back and answer with a pair in the 6th. Right back in the ball game.
Guerin looks like he's trying to make up his mind whether to throw the ball or not. He's pounding the ball in his glove and kind of leaning back and leaning forward. Very odd setup out there. Of course, you can get away with it with nobody on base. With a runner on base, he could balk about 7 times. Okay, not comfortable quite yet. Pound the ball a couple times and then throw a slider on the inside corner.
Boy, he is fidgety out there, to say the least. Corey Guerin out of Evansville, Tennessee. Pitched at Mercer University in Macon, Georgia. 4th round pick by the Braves back in 07. Spent 3 seasons pitching for Atlanta. 2-2 on Nick. Chris Owings on deck. He would be next. It looks like he's just uncomfortable, like he's wearing an itchy sweater. Get this off me. I'll tell you what, Nick, with that 2-strike approach, he almost always finds a way to spoil a good one, and sometimes just dunk it into the outfield for a base hit. Bounces it to Tomlinson, who backs up at third. Long throw. And Belt has it. But the Diamondbacks answer. Goldie starts it off with a single. Then it's an RBI triple for the freight train. Tomas adds an RBI. It's a 6-4 ball game. San Francisco. D-backs trail the Giants 6-4. Hey fans, remember your history when the Yankees return to Chase Field May 16th through the 18th. That's the New York Yankees. Guarantee the best seat for the lowest price when you buy a mini plan, and you can customize your own pack and include tickets if you want to all 3 Yankees games. Check dbacks.com/tickets. Defensive changes all over the outfield for the D-backs. Brandon Drury replaces Yasmani Tomas in left field. David Peralta moves from right field to center, replacing Chris Owings, and Tomas, who was in left, is now in right. So Chris Owings out of the ball game, and Brandon Drury in. And the new pitcher making his Diamondbacks debut is the right-hander Tyler Wagner. Joe Panik, who led off the 5th inning with a home run, is second in 2 games. Leads it off. Wagner, the 25-year-old righty acquired from Milwaukee, and as part of the Gene Segura trade, called up from AAA Reno today. He did pitch a few games in the majors last year, made 3 starts with the Brewers. In fact, his major league debut came against the Diamondbacks. And now here he is wearing D-back gray at San Francisco. He has been and always has been a starting pitcher, at least as a professional. So innings should not be an issue here tonight. This is hit to very shallow left. Drury looking up in the Seagulls, and he's got it 1 away. Tyler had a rough go of it pitching in the Coast League with Reno this year so far. He dominated AA Southern League last year in the Milwaukee system, but in a pair of starts with the Aces, his 0-2, the ERA is 5.19. 12 hits allowed in 8 2/3, and he's walked as many as he struck out, but he's a big guy out there, very athletic, moves around well, and has got a good sinker.
Sinker slider, yeah. A lot of pitchers have trouble pitching in the Coast League.
Yeah, it's hard to really look at the numbers and have them mean anything, really. Posey walked and scored his last time up. He's 1 for 2. There's a strike. Yeah, last season, Wagner was at AA Biloxi, the Brewers system. He was a Biloxi shucker, and he was outstanding, 11-5, and led the Southern League with a 2.25 ERA. He was one of the Brewers' top pitching prospects, and Diamondbacks acquired him this winter. Another defensive change to pass along for you. Chip Hale has really moved his chess pieces around out there. Chris Owings has moved in from center field to shortstop, so it's Nick Ahmed who comes out of the ball game.
Well, that's a byproduct of getting the guys where you want them in the lineup. Chris Owings will lead off top half of the 7th inning in that 8th spot in the lineup, followed by Brandon Drury, who will be hitting in the pitcher spot, and then the pitcher won't hit until
7th.
Nick Ahmed's spot rolls around, the 7th spot.
Yeah, Ahmed made the last out in the 6th, top of the 6th. And sure enough, CO, new position. It finds him. 2 up, 2 down for Wagner. And that's what he does well. He gets ground ball outs. A lot of weak contact. Yeah, Wagner last year, 25 starts, that 2.25 ERA at AA. And made his debut against the Diamondbacks at Miller Park. Went back to the minors after that start. It did not go well for him. Finished up at AA, then came back to the Brewers in September as a call-up, made a couple of more starts, and now here he is. Big guy out there, 6'3", 205, just turned 25 years old in January. Pence has walked, grounded out, and struck out 0 for 2.
We talked about Pence and his peculiar approach out of that right-handed batter's box. If you watch, he's wide open, and then when he takes his stride, he stays open. He's always looking for something middle of the plate he can pull, or occasionally inside out to the opposite field.
And he knocks it to the opposite field.
A lot of hitters will start out with that wide open stance so they get a real good look at the pitcher, but as the ball's being delivered, they'll really close up that front side. Yeah, Hunter Pence with the big leg kick and then puts that foot right back down almost where it was, still wide open. Yeah, this time slaps it into right field for a 2-out base hit.
He's always open. He's like one of those convenience stores.
Absolutely. Well, and you don't realize how big Hunter Pence is, but you can see him standing over there next to Paul Goldschmidt. And we know how big Goldie is, and Hunter Pence maybe looking down at Goldie a little bit.
Hunter Pence is a wall of muscle, 6'4", 220. Belt has walked, singled, and scored a run. He's 1 for 2. Carves that one foul. They got some big boys on this team. Belt's up there at 6'5", 220. And Crawford is about as big a shortstop as you'll find. Roll to right to Goldie, and a nice job by Tyler Wagner in his D-backs debut. We are through 6 in San Francisco. Diamondbacks down 2.
The Giants lead at 2 as we head to the top half of the 7th inning. Hey, the Fox Sports Arizona Fan Express, presented by Cox Communication, has returned and ready to take you to a Diamondbacks game. Stop by this month's participating Cox Solution Store in Phoenix on Bell Road. To enter for a chance to win 2 seats on the Fan Express bus, you'll receive round-trip transportation to the Diamondbacks game on April 30th. Registration ends April 25th. For more information, visit foxsportsarizona.com.
Boy, that is a good-looking bus. Well, the Diamondbacks, who won 8 of their 10 games in this ballpark last year, trying to win number 1 in 2016, but they trail at 6-4. Corey Guerin back out there for San Francisco, and Chris Owings leads off the D-backs 7th. CO singled his last time up. He's 1 for 2. It'll be Owings, Drury, and Segura, 8, 9, and 1 for the Diamondbacks, and that's a good way to get it started. CO, his second hit tonight, and that's 2 at bats in a row. He has led off the inning with a single. Good job by Chris Owings.
Led off with that single back in the 5th. Archie Bradley promptly bunted him into scoring position, but Gene Segura grounded to second. Jake Lamb popped up to third. See if we can't do a little more with that leadoff single this time.
Well, here's Brandon Drury. His bat has come alive on this road trip with more consistent playing time. He's up to 241. And yesterday in San Diego had a home run and a triple. There's a strike on 1-1. This was Brandon yesterday at Petco Park.
Well, we got to the ballpark yesterday and looked at that lineup and even kiddingly referred to it as the split squad. The rest of the guys were playing over in Peoria, but boy, the Killer Bees came through in a big way yesterday.
Did a good job. You have a day like that after a marathon game Saturday night, back at it Sunday afternoon. A little excuse me bunt into a double play. And the Giants turn two. Brandon tried to check his swing, accidentally caught part of the ball, and the runners are erased.
That's too bad. That's one of the most frustrating things you can do as a hitter. Check your swing and still put the ball in play. Unfortunately, the Giants able to turn that into a double play.
And so quickly, 2 down for Segura. Josh Osich has started warming up, the left-hander for the Giants. Now that Jeremy Affeldt has retired, he is one of the key arms, certainly from the left-hand side. Segura singled and scored to lead off the ball game. He's 1 for 3. Base hit back up the middle. Segura, a 2-hit night. He's got the lefty warming. He's got Lamb coming up. After Guerin got 3 outs in the 6th. Nothing doing from the Giant dugout. So here's Jake, who doubled in the first inning. He's 1 for 3.
Remember, with nobody on base, Guerin was out there like he was leaning against a lamppost on Rush Street, wavering back and forth. With a runner at first base, that could be considered deceiving a runner.
What a jump Segura got. Holy Toledo. He was almost on the second base bag before Guerin was able to throw the ball. Watch this.
Well, you can see Guerin. We talked about him earlier. He just didn't look comfortable out there. Has a lot of things leaning back and forth, and give Dave McKay an opportunity to watch a pitcher on the mound for a couple of batters, and he'll find something to allow his runners to get a big jump.
3rd stolen base of the year for Gene Segura. The Diamondbacks were down 4. They were able to get 2 back in the 6th. And trying to chip away again with 2 down in the 7th. 1-1 on Lamb. Tell you what, the way Jake goes to left center, I'm trying to figure out defensively, how would I play Jake Lamb? I'm not sure what the answer is. You play him pretty much straight away here.
Yeah, we saw the Padres with an exaggerated pull shift. The second baseman way out in shallow right field. The shortstop was playing at the second base position, and once Jake had a strike, the third baseman played up the middle of the field. They just left the left side completely unoccupied. Giants not so much of a drastic pull shift. And the more hits he gets to left field, the more teams are going to pull out of that shift.
And open up more room for Jake to use the whole field. Crawford, the shortstop, right behind Segura, who's the runner at second. And Tomlinson well off the line at third.
For a guy that doesn't play third base very often, Kelby Tomlinson has to feel like he's about a quarter of a mile away from the bag at third.
You know, Segura's noticed that. He's a very aggressive base runner out there. He can draw Tomlinson far enough away from the bag and get a big enough lead. He might beat him there, but that's why Crawford is sneaking in there behind him at shortstop, just to keep him honest.
Especially if he can see whatever it was that he saw from first base. I think it was Guerin's little bit of a lean that allowed him to break for second base as quickly as he did. I'm not so sure you can see that from second base.
Lean it against that lamppost again. It's like Marlena Dietrich is back in town. A little roller to second for Panic. And they strand the runner. We stretch in San Francisco. Diamondbacks trail the Giants 6-4. D-backs trail the Giants 6-4. Hey fans, it's not too late to become a D-backs season ticket holder for 2016. You can get tickets for the full season, or you can choose from a different plan. Try a half season, a series, even a weekend plan. And season ticket holders enjoy the lowest price per ticket and get access to exclusive events and experiences. Become a D-backs season ticket holder right now at dbacks.com. I'll take 4 of those, please.
4 more.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, good eats here at this ballpark.
Yeah. Brandon Crawford leads it off against Tyler Wagner in his Diamondback debut. Crawford walked and scored his last time up. He's 0 for 2. Tyler Wagner out of Las Vegas. He pitched at the University of Utah. Brewers got him with a 4th rounder in the draft 4 years ago. Dunks that one down the line in left. That's a fair ball. It's in the bullpen. Drury has to fish it out of there, and he gives up. That's a book rule double.
A fan reached over the railing there and grabbed the baseball before Brandon Drury had an opportunity to make a play.
Sir, you are not in the game. Please stop doing that.
Little jam shot floater right down that third base line. Of course, the bullpen's down the left and right field line on the field of play. And the sidewall's very low, allowing the fans to do silly stuff like that.
Yes, you're not actually playing. I know that's stunning, but Chip Hale is out there having a discussion with Brian Knight about that. Here you go. And now the umpires are going to get together and huddle up here. They take the ball and they will tell you to leave. Good.
I'm not really sure what Chip's argument would be on this particular play. It seems pretty cut and dry. The fan interfered with the ball.
Well, fan interference is subject to review. It's a boundary call and you can look at it. Maybe they're saying Chip is arguing he should be put at first base.
Yeah.
That seems, and they're going to put the headsets on here.
Wow.
Yes, boundary calls are subject to review, and among the list of boundary calls that you can look at is fan interference.
Okay.
But it seems likely that Crawford would have had a double regardless had Drury fielded the ball cleanly.
You would assume that. I was watching the play down the left field line. I wasn't really watching Crawford run out of the box.
The Chip is making his case, and he'll get on the headsets to New York. And placement of base runners on boundary calls is now, as of this year, subject to review. You can look at some of the Skycam shots here, figure out, or at least they can in New York, where the runner would have been. You can make your best judgment call on it, and you can put him at any base you like. And that is new for this year. The placement of runners on boundary calls now subject to review. We have synced up our cameras. Let's take a look. Should Crawford get first or second here? He's not running at all out of that box.
Not initially. There's an argument to be made there. Yeah,
right.
I see what Chip was talking about. As I mentioned, I wasn't watching Crawford run, but he didn't even kick it into gear until about halfway down to first base. If Drury had picked up that ball cleanly, they could have potentially thrown him out at second base.
And this is a great job by the Diamondbacks and Alan Campbell and the whole staff in there to know the rules, because this is a new change this year. This is not something you could do before, but it doesn't work. They'll put him at second base. But that's something to keep in mind, fans, as we continue on here in 2016. You can now look at all that stuff and use the video to figure out where the runner might have been and place him accordingly. So it's a leadoff double for Crawford, his first hit tonight. Kelby Tomlinson 0 for 3. Right back up the box by Wagner's glove. Owens is on it. And Crawford's in at third, one down. Now the pitcher spot comes up. And we'll get a look at Gregor Blanco. Gregor Blanco just 2 for 13 to start the year. Infield will come in for Arizona, with Crawford at third and one down in a 6-4 ball game.
2 for 13 on the year. Both his hits have come as a pinch hitter, however. 2 for 6 off Bruce Bochy's bench.
Well, he has become a staple here in San Francisco. Last year, a career high 291. He homered 5 times. It's a big cut at that one, fouls it off. That 291 for Blanco last year, his highest batting average during his 4 seasons with the Giants. That's now included a pair of World Series rings. He's been a valuable part of this ball club. And once again, he is up there hacking. He's a very aggressive hitter. Often swings at the first pitch, and he's down 0-1. Well, Wagner, we've mentioned, is a sinker ball guy and generates ground ball out. So if he can get something hit on the ground right to a D-backs infielder, they can keep Crawford at third there and get the second out.
And with Pagan on deck, I doubt if he'd be going on contact. Pagan has been one of the hotter Giants hitters, and definitely don't want to run into an out at home plate with one of your best hitters in the on-deck circle.
Pagan 3 for 3 tonight. Fouled away. It's 1-2.
And that time Brandon Crawford had planted his right foot and was leaning back toward third base as contact was made. It's one thing as a manager, you root for a foul ball with a runner at third base to see whether he's breaking toward home or is he holding his ground and waiting to see where the ball's hit. That time Crawford was holding his ground.
And Lamb right on the bag at third. Infield in, 1-2 pitch. 2-2. He'll complete the strikeout. A big out, number 2 for Tyler Wagner. And now he'll deal with Pagan.
Well, a lot of pressure on Wellington Castillo right there. You mentioned a very aggressive hitter in Gregor Blanco. You like to lead him out of the strike zone. That means bouncing it in the dirt, but Wellington Castillo does it perfectly and throws on the goalie to complete the strikeout.
Well, Pagan started the night hitting nearly 360. He's gone 3 for 3. A double, a pair of singles. He scored a run he's knocked into. And has been enormously productive in the 9-hole this year for Bruce Bochy. This experiment has worked out really well. Pagan batting 9th, Span the new leadoff man here. Up and in, 1-0. That's pulled foul.
Dale Nesbitt, the ball dude down the right field line. That was a feeble effort, Dale.
Dale Nesbitt. Well, it's early.
Cheryl Boykins on the third base side.
1-1 on Pagan. A slow roller that'll stay fair. Good job by Tyler Wagner to strand that leadoff double and keep it a 6-4 ball game. We'll head to the 8th in San Francisco. In San Francisco along McCovey Cove. Really a beautiful night for a ball game here. Diamondbacks trail the Giants. Defensive changes for Bruce Bochy's ball club. Matt Duffy takes over at third for Kelby Tomlinson. And the new pitcher is the right-hander Hunter Strickland. 5 appearances this year, 4 1/3. He's given up just 1 run.
Big arm, average fastball sits in the high 90s. Also throws a hard slider to go along with it.
So the Diamondbacks down to the final 6 outs, trying to come back. They were down 6-2 at one point, got 2 back in the 6th. And now trail at 6-4 as Goldie leads off the 8th. So Goldschmidt, Peralta, Tomas 3, 4, and 5 against Strickland.
Turn it up. Strickland likes his fastball. He throws it about 3 out of every 4 pitches. And as I mentioned, it's up in the high 90s.
Duffy will hit 7th in the Giant order. Pitcher spot is now 8th for San Francisco, like it was earlier. Here's a strike to Goldie, who singled and scored his last time up. Gonna have to print these books differently now. We used to put little stat lines in there for the 8th place hitter, but now it's always the pitcher. So just one more we evolve here.
The evolution continues.
Yes. Got to join up. Used to have a little stat places in your scorecard, 1 through 8, and then you'd leave 9 blank. Of course, that would be the pitcher. Well, those days are few and far between now. Strickland throws hard, 1-2. Goldie singled to lead off the 6th inning. It was just his 3rd hit on this road trip. And he started the ball game hitting .205 for the year. But as we mentioned earlier, is a .320 career hitter in this ballpark. And he's homered here 8 times. Giants have always had, through this World Series run, that core 4 of bullpen guys back there. But Affeldt is retired. Romo is injured right now. He's on the DL. They've got guys like Corey Guerin, Josh Osich. He said carefully. Hunter Strickland. Oh, he slaps that one foul. Well, that's a part of the evolution in San Francisco as well. That bullpen, I thought, Bob, for years has been maybe the most underrated part of this whole Giant run here.
It wasn't underrated to Bruce Bochy, and he knew how to use it. You know, he knew what he could get out of his starting pitchers and when they were running out of gas and how to get those final 9, maybe 12 outs of the ball game out of the bullpen. And the guys, they justified his faith in them. They came in, and more often than not, they got the guys they were supposed to get.
They still have Lopez, of course, the lefty specialist. They still have Casilla. But boy, that group, that core 4, got him a lot of big outs in a lot of Octobers. And more often than not in the postseason, especially lately, you win with bullpens. Still 2-2 on Goldie. D-backs have been out hit 10-9. They trail at 6-4. 8th pitch of the at-bat on the way. They're spoiling some good ones. Make them work.
Yeah, that's always key in a 4-game series. If you can eliminate one of the relief pitchers for a day or 2 of the series by running up a pitch count on a guy like Hunter Strickland, maybe he wouldn't be available tomorrow, maybe not available for a couple days. If you can run up enough of a pitch count by doing what Goldie's doing, foul off pitch after pitch on the edge and hope he makes a mistake.
Full count, 3-2. This is how the Diamondbacks started in the 6th. Goldie singled, Peralta tripled and scored on a Tomas groundout. They got 2 runs back. See if Goldie can get aboard again here to open up the 8th. Slow roller, tough play. Duffy was back. He's got to come in, and he's got no play. Sure enough, first guy to lead off the inning hits it right to the new 3rd baseman, and Goldie's aboard.
I want to see the sabermetricians do that.
What?
Sabermetricians.
Exactly.
Look up how many times a guy comes into the game as a defensive replacement and the first ball is hit to it. Could just be anecdotal, but it seems like it happens all the time.
It's amazing. As soon as Chris Owings moved from center field to shortstop,
boom,
he got the first one. Daniel Hudson going to start warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. Peralta, the RBI triple his last time up. He's 1 for 3. He's the tying run at the plate in the 8th. David has now hit safely in 5 straight.
Boy, if he could catch one of those high-octane Strickland fastballs on the inside part of the plate and turn it around, it may go over McCovey Cove out there.
Gonna have to go through some seagulls, though. Still a little wind blowing out to right center. He hits it hard on the ground and into right. Goldie will stop at second. Peralta's second hit tonight, and the Diamondbacks have the tying runs on base with nobody out. Got to get the middle of this order, BB, going here. And we're starting to see it come around. Dave Righetti to the mound now. No one is warming up in the Giant bullpen for the moment. It's been a theme on this trip, it seems. The middle guy. You know, Goldie's had a little bit of a slow week here. Peralta had a great start. He slowed down a bit. Castillo was really struggling, but all those guys now starting to pick it up. And while they certainly missed A.J. Pollock a great deal, it's the middle of the order has really prevented them from having long innings. You know, Ahmed will get a base hit, or Lamb will do something, somebody like that. Segura at the top of the order, but there's been no sustained rallies.
No multiple run innings. They've scored a run here and a run there. They did get 2 back in that 6th after the Goldie single, the Peralta triple, the Tomas ground out. But when was the last time the Diamondbacks put a 4 or 5 or 6 spot on the board?
Eric Law, the right-hander, has started throwing. Well, here's Tomas, 0 for 3, had an RBI ground out his last time up. Coming off his 2 home run game yesterday at San Diego. Swings at the first pitch and fouls it off. Well, Tomas on the trip, he went hitless in 2 games in LA. Had a big weekend at Petco Park, 7 hits in 14 at bats, including 4 for extra bases. And his first career multi-homer game yesterday against the Padres.
One to the opposite field, one to straightaway center.
And that first home run, the one you just saw there, was the 3,000th homer in D-backs history. Off of Robbie Erlin. Makes another big cut, and he's down 0-2. Any chance he sees a fastball here anytime soon?
Yeah, I guess in an 0-2 hole, Strickland throws that 88-mile-an-hour slider. I'm guessing they're going to go that direction, but we'll see. Another hard fastball at 96 up and out over the plate. Actually, not a bad pitch to hit on a 2-strike count when you're trying to protect the plate.
Yasmani yesterday, 2 home runs. He said he felt really happy because it was the first series win for the D-backs this year. And that, for him, was what made it so important. It was good to do that for the team, not just himself. The team could use another hit right here. Fly ball center field, Span backing up, and he won't get there. It rolls all the way to the wall. Here comes Goldie. They're going to stop him at third.
Oh, no,
Matt Williams put the brakes on. And Tomas has to hurry up and get back to first. The Diamondbacks have the bases loaded. Everybody had to hold up, and by the time the ball was on the ground and by Span, it was almost too late to send the runners home. Yikes.
Yasmani turns around, a fastball on the inside part of the plate, pulls his hand in, get the barrel on it, really tied up Denard Span out there in center. Ball just kept slicing away from him. Goldie went back to tag, and then he saw the ball on the ground. I thought he was still going to score easily, but Matt Williams throws up the stop sign with nobody out in the inning to make sure you don't run into an out at home plate. I was a little more concerned with David Peralta and Yasmani Tomas. They were both nearly standing on second base at the same time, but everybody able to get back safely.
And had all the makings. So here we go. Diamondbacks down 2, have the bases full, nobody out in the 8th. And here's Wellington Castillo, who homered back in the 4th. Ball 1. Well, you don't see Denard Span play too many balls to center like the one you just saw there. There's not much wind to speak of out there right now, and the ball was not hit that high in the air. Pitcher spot is up next. Ricky Weeks Jr. in the on-deck circle. So Castillo a homer Friday at San Diego and a homer tonight here. Trying to get into beef mode. Fly ball right field. It backs up Pence. Goldie's at third. And here we go. Peralta moves up as well. It's the RBI for Castillo, and the Diamondbacks are within one.
Diamondbacks score their 5th run of the game, which means tacos tomorrow with the purchase of a large drink. I'll tack a couple more on there.
Second RBI tonight for Wellington Castillo. And Ricky Weeks Jr. will be the hitter. A run is in. They're on the corners with one out. Ricky Weeks 2 for 9 with a double to start the year. Tying run 90 feet away, one down. Derek Law looks ready in the Giant bullpen. Peralta is the runner at third, and Tomas is the go-ahead run at first. Ball one.
I asked when the last time the Diamondbacks scored more than 2 runs in an inning. You have to go back to the first inning on April 7th against the Cubs. That's a span of 95 innings without scoring 3 or more in the single inning.
Well, the middle of the order starting to perk up here offensively. Goldie, Peralta, Tomas open up with singles. Castillo, the fly ball, gets 1 run in. And it's a 1-0 count on Ricky Weeks Jr. Just inside. 2-0. Hunter Strickland in a mess. Law ready in the Giant bullpen.
If there was ever a count in a situation where you eliminate that secondary pitch, he hasn't been able to consistently throw the slider for strikes. He missed there on the 1-0 pitch to run to 2-0. There are no guarantees in this game, but it's close to guaranteed you're going to get a heater this time from Hunter Strickland.
And we have seen Ricky Weeks Jr. still has that bat speed. Turns on this one, gets it up in the air. Span broke back, now comes in. Peralta will tag. And the throw is in there. David scores, and the game is tied. Ricky Weeks Jr. gets a big run home, and it's 6-6. Span seemed very unsure of himself out there.
And a good tag in advance that time by Yasmani Tomas to get himself into scoring position with 2 outs in the inning. Yeah, Span broke back initially, maybe just to guarantee he'd be coming in as he made the catch. Throw tails just a little bit and then hits the mound and goes even farther to the first base side, allowing David Peralta to slide home with the tying run.
And now the go-ahead run is at second with 2 outs for Chris Owings. CO has singled his last 2 times up. Ball one.
Another slider in the dirt from Strickland. You can almost eliminate that pitch right now until you get to a 2-strike count, and then you have to protect against everything.
Daniel Hudson still warming up at the Diamondback bullpen. CO started the game in center field. Socrates Brito sent to AAA Reno today, so they could recall Tyler Wagner. Wagner tonight pitched well in his Diamondback debut. Owings has moved from center field to shortstop. Tying or go-ahead run at second base. 2 down. 2 balls and a strike. 2-2. Well, it's been a wild ball game here. First of 4, D-backs and Giants. Diamondbacks at one point trailed at 6-2. Just does get a piece to stay alive.
CEO's one of those guys, if he could hit triples alley, you'd have to think possibly inside the park with his speed.
Oh, yeah. He'll settle for a single right now. 2-2. Full count. Brandon Drury on deck. Daniel Hudson will get the bottom of the 8th. 2 outs, 3-2. Got him. But the Diamondbacks get 2. They tie the ball game. We're in San Francisco. We're at 6-6. Francisco. It's our Gila River game summary. Diamondbacks led 1-0, trailed 2-1, trailed 6-2, and now have come back to tie at 6-6.
Looking more and more like a Cactus League game with the double-digit hits on the board.
Now, BB, as we mentioned, Jody Jackson, who is under the weather, has been live tweeting the ball game, and I think she's doing this allegedly to prove that she's, watching on the Fox Sports Go app, which is great, but she's got the apple cider vinegar, which I urged her to buy. I've been drinking that stuff unfiltered for 3 days. And then the hot tea and the honey, the whole thing. But I don't, she could have staged this whole photo. She's probably on her 3rd glass of Chardonnay and Sausalito right now.
She could be up at Silverado and up in the wine country, for all we know.
Jody not pictured here. Daniel Hudson on to start the bottom of the 8th, and Aaron Span, the leadoff man, is up. Huddy, 5 straight scoreless outings to start the year. But we wish Jody the best. I know what she's going through. It's not fun, but you do what you can with the apple cider vinegar and the tea and the honey and the lemon and the whole thing. Oh, 0-2. She could have taken that picture this afternoon It seemed like when you they have the guy where they have him hold up the newspaper with the date on it to prove it seemed like she had the game up there to prove she was watching the game. She could have somehow doctored that photo. I don't know.
Could have been a game in the archives from last year when we were here.
Go back MLB.tv and dial up a game. It was blurry. I couldn't tell if it was a shot of the new uniform or not. I think it's blurred on purpose, frankly.
I think so.
All part of the cover-up. I'm going to get a night off in San Francisco. You can't sit around the hotel. 1-2. That is yanked foul down the right field line.
I was going to say we could have our investigative reporter check it out, but Jody is our investigative reporter, so
fairly problematic. Span tonight has walked. He's got an RBI single. He's 1 for 3. Look at that crouch. He's got that sort of bat loop he does. It's a little hypnotizing. He just stands there with his front foot sort of tilted and then just sort of spins that bat around, staring at you. And then, as Bob mentioned earlier, as soon as the pitch is thrown, he sort of tucks down into that crouch. And watch the bat wiggle here. There it is.
Oh, look at that front foot.
That hurts.
Trying to exaggerate keeping that front side closed.
Slaps it foul the other way. Well, Span 2 seasons ago had a big year with the Nationals, hit .302 and led the league in hits. Also stole a career-high 31 bags, but was hurt for most of last year, played in only 61 games. That didn't scare away the Giants, who gave him a 3-year free agent deal, $31 million. That's in Triple's alley, and that's headed for trouble. Span can run. Tomas will fish it out of that corner, and this is going to be at least 3. He's in there standing up.
That ball's off the outside corner and went out and hooked it back to Triple's alley in right center field. And you mentioned he runs well. Boy, any mishandling of this ball either by Yasmani Tomas or the relay man or Paul Goldschmidt in the middle of the infield, and Span may circle the bases.
First triple this year for Denard Span, and in this ballpark he's likely to have a few more. So now the Diamondbacks, with the go-ahead run at third and nobody out, have to bring the infield in for Joe Panik, who almost always puts the ball in play. Panik homered in the 5th. He is 1 for 4. Ball 1. Right by first base coach Bill Hayes down there. A ball and a strike on Joe Panik, and then you've got the sharp end of the Giants order coming up behind him. Posey, Pence, Belts, and then Crawford. So some work to do for Huddy here with no outs in the 8th.
had to go Matrix right there. I was going to hit him right in the rib cage. Somehow manages to jump up and out of the way. Whoa.
Wow, how did that not hit him? Coming in full gas from Daniel Hudson. Two balls and one strike. In the air, very shallow right center. Tomas on a dead run coming in, and Span will have to hold up. Nice job by Yasmani to get to that one. And he almost killed Gene Segura with the throw in there. Segura, talk about the matrix. Segura had to duck and cover as Yasmani on the dead run coming in almost took his head off with the throw. My bad.
Well, he does the right thing, get rid of it quickly, get the ball back into the infield, but I think Gene Segura thought it was going to be a little higher over his head. Whoa.
I mean, that's part of the reason they moved Yasmani Tomas in spring training from right field over to left, because while he's got an exceptionally strong throwing arm, it's not always the most accurate. And so they felt he had problems throwing guys out going first to third, so he was moved over to left field to start the year. But with the outfield shuffle now, he's started the game tonight in left and is now in right, and I think we just saw a reason why he was moved. And poor Gene Segura just saw his life flash before his eyes there. But an important out, number one. Everybody calm down, we're all right. Segura's less than thrilled. I think Yasmani's still trying to talk his way out of this. And now Daniel Hudson will deal with Buster Posey, who has singled, walked, and scored a run tonight. Go ahead run at third, one out. Infield is in again. And Span will come on in and score.
First pitch slider to Buster Posey over there in that left-handed batter's box. I mentioned the rotation on a breaking ball doesn't always take a true hop out of that dirt, especially when it gets over in that batter's box where it's all chewed up from guys digging holes, and that one somehow got underneath Wellington Castillo's right side all the way to the backstop.
That's the second time tonight the Diamondbacks have allowed a run to score in a wild pitch, and they're losing by one. The last one was by Archie Bradley back in the second inning. So the D-backs, who have now out-hit the Giants 12-11, trail it 7-6. And the closer is warming up with the Giants bullpen at Santiago Casilla. He is one save shy of 100 for his career. 1-2. Up and in at 96. Second time in this inning that Huddy has come close to hitting a Giant batter.
This gets under that fastball a little too much, tries to overthrow it, put a little extra on it, and sailed up and into Buster Posey.
Posey came into tonight 1 for his last 19, but he singled and walked. Lays off. No, that's a strike. Brian Knight with a delayed mechanic there rings up Posey for the second out in the 8th.
Slider right in the middle of the plate. The only question is it high enough? It looks like it catches the bottom of the zone right there, and a very delayed, slow motion call from Brian Knight to ring up Buster Posey.
That was a beautiful pitch by Daniel Hudson.
Well, especially after you've had a 96-mile-an-hour heater buzz your tower on the pitch before.
So now it's Pence who has walked and singled, 1 for 3. Diamondbacks against Casilla in the 9th. We'll have Drury, Segura, Lamb, 9, 1, and 2. As Casilla will go out there looking for his 100th save. Two 2-0. This game has been nothing if not entertaining. We've seen a little bit of everything here tonight. Diamondback baseball on a Monday for you. Big cut by Pence. 2-1 now. Even the seagulls have stopped flying around. They've been watching lately.
They're all lined up on the roof of the stadium down the left field line.
Yeah, they have their own schedule. Double them up there, 2-2. First time all year Daniel Hudson has given up a run. A triple and a wild pitch have made it 7-6 Giants. And now he's worked it full on Pence, 3-2 with Brandon Belt on deck. Hopped up, very shallow left field. Who wants it? It's Owings. And CO has it. So we go to the 9th inning. Casilla coming in. Diamondbacks down 7-6. Backs trail the Giants 7-6, and BB Jody Jackson, who's live tweeting from the hotel. Jody is sick tonight, not working the ball game. This apparently, after we call for some sort of evidentiary proof that she's actually not at a wine party in Sausalito, has provided said proof on the Twitter. Hashtag Sausalito. That's pretty funny, actually.
It's pretty funny.
Nice work, Jody. Maybe we can motivate her to show up tomorrow. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. Our starters for game 2 of this 4-game set. Robbie Ray on the mound for the Diamondbacks against the right-hander Matt Cain. Diamondback Live pregame show comes your way at 6:30. Hopefully Jody will be back to host that.
Absolutely. And hopefully Robbie Ray can find the strike zone a little more consistently, because when he throws strikes, he can be as effective as anybody in this rotation.
Well, this guy's pretty effective closer, Santiago Casilla. Out there with a 1-run lead in the ninth. Brandon Drury, Gene Segura, Jake Lamb, 9-1-2 due up for the D-backs. Garcia coming in with 99 career saves. 0-1. I think Jody is a satisfactorily provided proof that she's sick in a hotel. I know she's sick. The number's on Casilla. 3 saves this year and 4 chances.
Casilla's unlike a lot of closers. He throws a fastball with a lot of tailing, diving movement, but throws 2 breaking balls. Throws a curve and a slider almost about the same amount of times. I guess depending on the hitter and their vulnerabilities, where the holes are in their swing, he might go to the flat slider or go to the big curveball.
That one, boy, Gene Segura needs to take out more insurance. That one almost killed him in the on-deck circle after Tomas almost took his head off.
Yeah, Archie Bradley almost got him earlier in the ball game.
Yeah, it's just I have to wrap him in bubble pack or something. Drury homered yesterday in San Diego. Looking for a base runner here, down to their final 3 outs. Chased a high one and strikes out, 1 down. Well, here's Segura, who's 2 for 4. He has singled twice, scored a run and stolen a base. And Gene, as of this moment, he's now tied for second in the major leagues with 18 hits. Cargo leads everybody. He's got 20. And Segura with 18 base hits, tied with Manny Machado with the Baltimore Orioles. He's at 346 on the year. So Segura now with 7 hits on the road trip after getting the whole day off yesterday at Petco Park. Might need another day off after everything he's been through tonight. Love it when those seagulls fly right in front of the camera in center field.
Segura 2 for 3 lifetime against the Giants closer. A couple of singles. Oh, for an extra base hit right here.
Get on base, get some of the big boys up there. 2-0 was in there for a strike. Got it out over the middle of the plate, but missed it. Hunter Pence. 2 down.
That's one I'm sure he'd like back. A big flat slider that just kind of fluttered up there on the inside part of the plate. Got away with one right there.
So it's up to Jake Lamb. Jake doubled in the first. He's 1 for 4. Trying to get on base for Goldie. Ball 1. Jake, after that double in the first, has not hit the ball out of the infield. He has struck out, popped up, and grounded to second. One and two. Robbie Ray and Matt Cain tomorrow. Reaction from Chip Hale. Diamondback Live postgame show follows our ball game here tonight. Garcia looking for his 100th career save. Diamondbacks trying to stay alive. Two and two. Fly ball, deep right field. Does it have enough? That's gone, a home run! Jake Lamb with 2 outs in the 9th inning just did get enough of it. His second this year, and we are tied at 7. Just cleared the Levi's landing out there. It hung up, not a whole lot of wind out there, BB, but he just did get it out of here.
You really couldn't tell from Hunter Pence's reaction. He went back to the wall as if he were going to make a catch out there on the warning track, and that ball sailed right over his head, just enough to be considered a home run out there in right field.
Diamondbacks have come back again, and it's 7-7. Here's Goldie with 2 outs. Way up high in the air.
Once again, you hit it high enough, you can take advantage of that wind that's blowing up above the roof of the stadium here. Look at the reaction of that dugout on the first base side. Wow.
Oh, and 2. Boy, there's almost no wind out there right now. He hit that one early in the ball game. It'd be in the Cove. So Garcia going for his 100th save, blows his second of the season. And we'll start all over again. Diamondbacks have been coming back all night long. They were down 2-1 and 6-2. Then 7-6. And now it's 7s across the board. 2-2 on Goldie. Peralta on deck. Brad Ziegler starting to throw in the Diamondback bullpen. Giants bullpen quiet. Able to hold off there, and it's a full count, 3-2. Goldie has singled and scored his last 2 times up.
Well, that Jake Lamb home run really got between the ears of Santiago Casilla. He threw his hardest fastball of his appearance to Paul Goldschmidt, and this at bat hit 95. Guy that normally pitches 90-91 with his heater. Overthrew a slider, shaking his head, walking off the back of the mound. Make another mistake.
The Giants have been struggling a little bit. They just went 2-4 on a 6-game road trip through Colorado and LA. This does stay alive, so the Giants are gripping a bit right now. They come into the ball game tonight with a 7-6 record. Things have not gone their way lately. Matt Duffy is slumping badly. Posey's been scuffling a bit. Another 3-2 to Goldie. Remember, the Diamondbacks have played well here lately. They won 8 times in 10 games in this ballpark last season. Trying to keep that mojo going tonight. First of 4 against these Giants here. We'll tap her back to the mound. Casilla barehands it and throws him out. But Jake Lamb with the Diamondbacks down to their final strike. Hits one way up in the air. Deep enough to right field. It just did get out of here. And we are tied at 7. High-fiving the Giant fans who have stuck around for a very entertaining and wild ball game here tonight to open up this 4-game series. Steve Berthiaume and Bob Brenly with you. Daniel Hudson back out there for his second inning of work. And he'll face Brandon Belt, Brandon Crawford, and Matt Duffy. 5, 6, and 7 in the Giant ninth. Belt singled and scored in the 5th. He walked in the 1st. He's 1 for 3. And the Diamondbacks have the shift on for the left-hand hitting Belt. Well, I would think, Bob, 7-7 bottom 9 and all that room on the left-hand side. And he would find some way to just squirt it over there somehow.
I think some guys are of a mind that, well, they didn't sign me to that contract extension to bunt the ball to the left side of the infield. They pay me to hit the ball in McCovey Cove.
Well, maybe try to knock it that way there. Belt last year started hitting away from defensive shifts more often. Much more inclined going to left center than he'd been earlier in his career.
Chris Owings backing up into a deep shortstop position now. All kinds of room on that left side.
If Belt hits it on the ground, it's going to be hit to the right side. But he can flip it over there occasionally.
Now, more likely to do that with a 2-strike count where he's just trying to protect the plate and get something hard away and just kind of gooses it over there to the left side of the infield.
Yeah. Swinging away. CO, long run. He'll give it a look, but it's in the seats. Huddy gave up a leadoff triple to Span in the 8th inning. He scored on a wild pitch to give the Giants the lead, but Jake Lamb has got him off the hook right now, all tied at 7. 2-2 on Brandon Belt. He does go the other way. Drury is there amongst the Seagulls, and he runs it down. I can't imagine that Brandon Drury has seen anything like that, because that ball is literally hanging up there, part of the 80s reference, in a flock of seagulls.
But he ran.
Oh, nice. Score, Brenly.
On a serious note for Brandon Drury, you know, still learning the outfield, playing the corners, and when a left-handed batter hits a ball to left field like that, it's always going to be a little bit shorter than you anticipate. A lot of side English, ball tailing toward the foul line, and will die faster than you think. That time he was able to stay with it and make the play.
Crawford doubled his last time up.
Same thing goes for a right fielder. Ball off the bat of a right-handed hitter that has that side English. It's always going to work its way toward the line and be a little bit shorter than you think.
Big cut at that one, 1-1. Derek Law, the right-hander, who was warming up earlier for the Giants, has started throwing again in their bullpen. Hardy now at 30 pitches, 18 for strikes. Two-one misses low.
Occasionally you will hear spontaneous applause by the fans out in the bleachers and down in the left field corner, intended to scare away the Seagulls.
I bet.
Yeah.
I mean, these things, they'll buzz your tower, man. They fly low all over the ballpark. They have no fear. A couple just flew right by our booth, in fact. And there's about 1 million of them out right now. 3-1. Nice pitch there.
Wow, great changeup at 85, right in the middle of the strike zone to a guy that's definitely looking for a fastball he can pull in the air to right field. Had him way out in front.
I think it was Randall Delgado who was on the mound one time when a Seagull dropped a chicken tender.
Yeah.
From the sky. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here it is. That'll scatter some birds.
Well, the funny thing was Randall ordered pizza. So
yeah, well, had to send it back. I saw you had your standard slice, pregame slice.
I tried it to see if it was maybe a little bit improved over last year, but
Well, Ruby De La Rosa. This is the reason Archie Bradley started the game tonight so long ago. Ruby's been working out of the bullpen. And they've already used their long man, Tyler Wagner, as Crawford strikes out. Second strikeout for Hudson. So Ruby will start throwing down there. Brings up Matt Duffy. His first at bat tonight. And he is off to a very slow start, stuck in a pit of despair right now. 4 for 34 at the plate. And was given the night off, at least to start the ball game. It's sort of a mental health break. He has been trying to find it. Off to a poor start. Pitcher spot is due up next, and Big Mac Williamson is out in the on-deck circle. Power hitting outfielder. There you see Duffy, 173. He says he's just been lunging at the ball a lot. Timing is off. There's Williamson. And Duffy, of course, immediately down 0-2. That's the way it goes when you're 4 for 34. Wow, look at this. It's working. All the Seagulls are flying away all at once. That's kind of amazing. There they go.
The little everybody clap your hands chant just cleared out the ballpark.
They hate that song too.
Ah, nature. Duffy, the runner-up to the Cubs' Chris Bryant last year for the National League Rookie of the Year award. It was Duffy who led all Major League rookies in hits last year. Which this year has started off much differently for him. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Castillo will complete the strikeout. That's 3 strikeouts for Daniel Hudson, who does a great job here with a 1-2-3 ninth. We will play extras in San Francisco. D-backs and Giants are tied at 7. Giants right now without Sergio Romo, who's on the 15-day DL. So on Friday they called up this guy, right-hander Derek Law, who made his major league debut. He's 25 years old. Came up from AAA Sacramento and struck out Adrian Gonzalez, Howie Kendrick, and Trace Thompson. He gave up 1 hit in that inning, but this guy has quite a record in the minor leagues as a strikeout pitcher. He punched out 102 batters in 66 innings in the minor leagues 3 years ago, and then sure enough the next year needed Tommy John surgery, and now he's back in the big leagues. And after an impressive major league debut Friday in LA, he'll work the 10th here at San Francisco. It'll be Peralta, Tomas, and Castillo, 4, 5, and 6 for the D-backs. David, an RBI triple and a single his last 2 at-bats. He has scored twice.
That's his signature pitch right there. It's a really good curveball. Also throws an occasional slider and a fastball, but that curveball is a nasty one. 12-6. Really hides it well, turns his back on the hitter.
Brad Ziegler will start warming up again in the Diamondback bullpen. Ruby De La Rosa continues to throw. So Ziegler if they get the lead, and Ruby if they don't. Boy, some machinations for Chip Hale and his bench coach Glenn Sherlock last few games on this trip. You got starters in the bullpen, you got relievers coming up for the minors and starting, you got guys playing shortstop, center field, long extra inning games. 2-2. All the Seagulls are back. So anything hit in the air. Has that ever happened here where somebody hits a fly ball and it just hits a bird and there you go, like a catwalk or something in Tampa Bay? No?
Not yet.
Bo, our statistician, our able-bodied statistician, says no. He's just happy his Golden State Warriors won tonight. Peralta chases a 96-mile-an-hour fastball and strikes out. That'll bring up Yasmani Tomas. It's amazing how in the Bay Area here, they used to come here and everybody wore orange and black, but now they're all wearing the blue and yellow for Steph Curry and Golden State.
Front runners.
Yeah. What?
Front runners.
What are you saying? Yeah, they are. Golden State Warriors colors all over the yard and all over the city here. Tomas chops at the first one. Playable for Belt. And quickly 2 outs. By the way, without Steph Curry in the lineup, Golden State beat Houston. So they take a 2-0 series lead. Curry had a slight ankle injury, decided to take the night off. They didn't even need him, they're so good. And we mentioned Trace Thompson, who struck out against Law over the weekend. His brother Clay had 34 for Golden State tonight. So there's your NBA update.
Next man up.
Exactly. Castillo homered back in the 4th inning. He's 2 for 3. Pitcher spot due up next for the Diamondbacks, and Phil Gosselin in the on-deck circle. Boy, Phil's bat has really come alive lately.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd tell you it really helped to get that start in yesterday's ball game at first base for Paul Goldschmidt. Get some consistent at bats, see some live pitching.
Yeah, gotta believe he's right about that.
Always helps your timing to get 4 or 5 at bats in one afternoon when you're a guy that's used to coming off the bench.
And a guy who almost always puts the ball in play, but that first week of the year, he was striking out a lot, getting only the occasional pinch hit opportunity. But Phil has really got it going lately. He's hit safely in 4 straight. He's over 330 for the year. 1-1 on Beef Wellington. I'm telling you, one of those birds is going to fly right in here.
They're getting closer and closer.
I mean, they just come at you. That the last moment they turn direction. And Castillo strikes out. 2 strikeouts in the inning for the rookie Derek Law. Bottom 10 on the way. Opener of a 4-game set. D-backs and the Giants and several changes for Arizona. And let's start on the mound. This is becoming a thing here, Bob. Ruby De La Rosa on in relief.
Yeah, he just comes in and fires BBs in there, high 90s fastballs.
Well, Chip Hale looks like taking a page out of the Bud Black playbook, because Peralta, who started the game in right and then moved to center, is now, I think, back in right.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right. And Chris Owings, who started in center and moved to shortstop, is now back in center.
Gene Segura moves from second to shortstop as you see Chris Owings warming up out there in center field. And I believe that's Phil Gosselin taking over at second base.
So the wheels are in motion here. So you've got Owings in center, Peralta in right, Segura at short, and Gosselin at second. And Ruby De La Rosa is on the mound. And leading it off for the Giants, hitting for the pitcher, is Big Mac Williamson. There's Phil Gosselin. Williamson, big power hitting outfielder, called up on Friday from AAA Sacramento. This guy can launch him if you're not careful. Big dude up there, 6'4", 240. He went. Todd Tishner says yes, 1-1.
Yeah.
Williamson, a third-round pick out of Wake Forest 4 years ago. He was belting some big tape measure home runs this spring. Well, first you got to make contact, and the bat goes into the Giant dugout.
Over the head of his teammates over there in the dugout. There's a little small fence on the back of the Giants dugout, on the back of the first base dugout for that matter. That saved that bat from going all the way up into the stands.
Well, Chip Hale has his long man in, Ruby De La Rosa. Bruce Bochy has sent Chris Heston down to the Giant bullpen. He started throwing. And Ruby strikes out Williamson. Good way to attack him.
Yeah, geared fastball all the way. Leads him right out of the zone with that hard slider.
The dangerous Angel Pagan. He is 3 for 4. He has singled twice, doubled, scored a run, and knocked in 2. There's a strike, 0-1. Ruby was in this situation, of course, Saturday in San Diego. And Melvin Upton Jr. took him deep for a walk-off homer.
Shocking to everybody in the ballpark. Nobody thought that ball was going to leave.
I was watching on TV. I don't think so.
And we even talked to the Padres the next day. They said they were surprised it got out.
Just kept going. It was hit so high to straightaway center field in that ballpark. Those usually don't leave the yard, but it just kept on carrying. Two and two.
That pitch at 91 is the Ruby De La Rosa changeup. You throw in the upper 90s, yeah, that's 6, 7, 8 miles an hour off his fastball.
That harder changeup is kind of becoming a Zach Greinke thing here, because Greinke throws his changeup hard. And some of the other Diamondbacks have picked up on that, it seems. Greinke only has about a 3 or 4 mile an hour difference between his fastball and changeup, and his changeup is likely his best pitch. But he feels he throws it better when he throws it harder. And some of the other guys might be picking up on that.
I think a lot of guys try to throw their changeup as a swing and a miss pitch.
Pagan slaps it foul.
You know, which for some guys it is, but I think Zach Greinke wants contact on that changeup. Weak contact out near the end of the bat where you get those easy ground balls and easy fly balls.
Still 2-2. In there, ring him up and sit him down. He got Williams, and now he rings up Pagan. Second strikeout for Ruby. Two down in the 10th.
Nice slider this time. We've seen the full assortment of pitches from Ruby De La Rosa in this ball game already.
Ruby can be a 32-star, 200-inning workhorse, but there are a lot of people who have insisted in his career in LA and in Boston and here too in Arizona that he might be better served in this role. Just come out, get 3 outs, throw it as hard as you can, and be done with it.
Well, ideally, in a short stint like that, you don't have that lack of focus that we see Ruby have from time to time as a starting pitcher. He may be cruising along for 2 or 3 innings, and all of a sudden in the 4th inning, he loses the strike zone, starts walking around the mound, taking a lot of time between pitches. Coming in out of the bullpen, you're in there for 3 outs. Just let it go.
That stuff seems to get nastier, too, when he knows he only needs 3 outs. Going to need more than that, at least tonight. But that's always been a debate with this young man throughout his baseball career. Span tripled and scored his last time up. He's also walked. He's got an RBI single. And Ruby's behind 3-0. And you've got the 3 Ps coming up. Panik, Posey, Pence after him. He walked him. Oh, he struck out Williamson and Pagan, then suddenly a 4-pitch walk. Very careful with Span there. But you've got some good hitters on the way up with a winning run at first and 2 outs. Mike Butcher. And Joe Panik has homered in his last 2 games, including tonight. He led off the 5th with this shot off Archie Bradley. Joe Panik. Winning run at first, 2 outs. Panik 3 for 10 lifetime with a double against Ruby De La Rosa. Headed for the seats and on a play. Joe Panik healthy again this year after a troublesome back injury. Nagged him for the second half of last year. He only played 3 games after August 1st. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Little past the 4-hour mark here in our ball game, and if you missed it, you've missed a wild one. We have had everything here tonight. Diamondbacks were down. They had a 1-0 lead. They were down 2-1, 6-2, and 7-6 down to the final strike. And Ruby rings up Panik. 3 strikeouts in the inning, and he strands the 2-out walk. Will go to the 11th in San Francisco. The right-hander Chris Heston, who worked briefly out of the bullpen a couple of years ago, but other than that has been a starter almost his entire professional career. But right now he's the long man in the Giant bullpen, and he worked Wednesday and Thursday last week at Colorado. First time in his career it appeared in back-to-back ball games and combined in those 2 games to throw 77 pitches, so he's used to this. And Bochy looking for some length. Phil Gosselin, who took over at second base, will lead off the Arizona 11th inning. And as we were mentioning earlier, Phil has really picked up the pace at the plate. He's over 330 now. He's hit in 4 straight games. And looks at strike one. He hit a home run yesterday in San Diego.
Jumped all over that inside fastball. No doubter.
He's got to get that hip swinging music bed queued up. That's all.
A
little blooter up there. Yeah, it drops in there amongst the Seagulls. It works out. Gosselin's aboard.
Sometimes you have to talk to him.
A little bleeder, bloop, whatever you want. He's aboard to lead off the 11th.
And with the leadoff man getting on, that'll get Brad Ziegler up, heading down toward that bullpen to start throwing again.
You want a bunt here?
Chris Owings against Chris Heston, 2 for 12 lifetime.
Duffy creeping in from third. Belt will keep Gosselin close over there. Owings up, Drury on deck.
The Giants certainly expecting bunt. Duffy drawn in at third, a couple steps in front of the bag. Another pickoff throw over to first base. I'm sure Brandon Belt will be charging home hard when that ball's delivered to the plate. They might give Chris Owings one whack at it here. You know, hope to take advantage of the Giants anticipating a bunt. Try to find a hole in that broken up defense.
CO squares and drops it down. Belt has it. He's got one play. And they move Gosselin along. 3-4 on the sacrifice, 1 away, and the go-ahead run in scoring position with 1 out for Brandon Drury. Brandon has tonight tapped into a double play and struck out. He's 0 for 2. After a good day in San Diego yesterday, he homered and tripled. The Seagulls are circling in front of the center field cameras. There's a strike 0-1. They keep buzzing the tower in there. They go right by the camera. This is ridiculous. Hang in there, guys out there. Duck and cover. Hey, Brandon's been off balance up there all night.
Usually against that slow breaking ball, we've seen Brandon with the ability to extend his swing, get out there and make solid contact, cover up.
Those are the center field cameras. That's the shot you see most often from behind the pitcher. Those are our guys out there. They're under attack. 0-2.
I'll tell you what, partner.
Yeah.
We have a mutual friend that I'm sure is watching back in Phoenix right now, and a couple cases of 12-gauge shells, and we could solve this problem.
I know. Just who you mean. And I think he'd be up for it.
Yeah.
Well, with all the empty seats we have now, the Seagulls think the game might be done. It's up among the birds. Belt near the bullpen, and he's got it. Did he lose his glove there?
I'm not sure what happened right there. Chases it over there near the home plate in the Diamondbacks bullpen. Ball got stuck up in the webbing of the glove. That's why he took his glove off. Yeah,
you know all about that.
I know that feeling.
He should have thrown the glove around the infield. Well, Goslin, the go-ahead run at second. 2 outs. Segura, who is 2 for 5, a pair of singles. Ball 1.
Chris Heston pitching out of the bullpen presents a special challenge because he has been a starting pitcher. He's got a 4-pitch mix and he'll throw them all. A lot of times late in the ball game, you get those relievers out of the bullpen are 2-pitch guys. Fastball slider, fastball curveball, fastball splitter, whatever the case may be, but he's got all 4 and will throw all 4 in relief.
And here we go. Goslin in at third. It rolls away from Posey.
Do it again. Heston just spikes that fastball in the dirt. That one stayed down. Posey just tried to backhand pick it clean out of the dirt. Rattled around his shin guards. Got far enough away to allow Goslin to advance on to third.
And Segura had 2 balls and no strikes.
Oh, he tried.
Giants have scored 2 runs tonight on Diamondback wild pitches, and Heston coming close to returning the favor here. Behind 3-0.
If you really wanted to nitpick and find a weakness in Buster Posey's game, it's probably blocking balls in the dirt. At times he just kind of reaches across and tries to backhand the ball like a first baseman would picking a throw out of the dirt. You would assume in this situation with the potential go-ahead run at third base, he's going to be dirt dogging back there and trying to block everything.
Phil Goslin is not a fast base runner. Tough play here. Panic can't make it, and Goslin scores. The Diamondbacks take the lead. Talk about a tweener. Panic tried to get it on the short hop. And Goslin comes home. A big hit for Segura, his third tonight, and it's 8-7.
Trampoline bounce off a home plate, shoots it high in the air in the middle of the infield. That's going to be a tough play even if he comes up with it cleanly. With Segura's speed, I think he's going to beat that out. He can smell a base hit and an RBI right there and does beat it out.
That's Segura's third hit tonight. So the Diamondbacks have come back to take the lead. It was once 6-2 Giants, now 8-7 D-backs. And Jake Lamb is the reason we're still here with the Diamondbacks down 7-6. Lamb was up there with 2 outs and 2 strikes and took it out of here off Santiago Casilla. High and just deep enough to right. That tied it at 7, and now the D-backs have an 8-7 lead, and Brad Ziegler is still throwing. First lead of the ball game since the first inning for the D-backs. Two 2-0. Center field, it's among the birds. Span backing up, looking up, he'll play it off the wall. Segura will fly around third, and he will score. It's an RBI double for Jake Lamb, an insurance run for the Diamondbacks, who now lead at 9-7.
Wow, was that ball struck well. Barreled up a pitch up and out over the plate. That's just to the left to straightaway center.
His third extra base hit tonight.
Oh, man. That ball was Really hit well. I thought I had a chance to get out of here. The way Span was just sprinting back toward the barrier and then quit on it. Hits right at the base of the wall out there, and Gene Segura, head down, running hard the whole way, will score easily from first base.
Jake, 2 doubles and a home run. He's knocked in the tying run. Now a big insurance run in the 11th. And here's Goldie, who has singled twice and scored twice. Diamondbacks tonight, 5 extra base hits, and Jake Lamb has 3 of them. Segura, 3 hits, all singles. He scored twice. Goldie, 2 singles and 2 runs scored. Peralta has singled and tripled, scored twice. That one gets behind Posey. And now Lamb is in at third.
Once again, just an attempt at a backhanded pick on a slider in the dirt. If that ball doesn't hit you right in the pocket of the glove, it's going to get by every time.
Another wild pitch. 3-0 on Paul Goldschmidt. Ball 4. First walk issued by Chris Heston. Dave Righetti.
What'd you lose, partner?
I had a pen. I think a seagull flew off with my pen. I've been looking around for this pen that I know is here. I'm going to get me one of them birds, I'm telling you. So here's Peralta. I'm just quietly going about my business while Righetti makes a mound visit, looking for this pen which has disappeared, but whatever. Whatevs. Yeah, almost one more there. The altitude and the flight paths get lower and lower here. And I wouldn't want to beat Denard Span out there, man. He's surrounded by birds about 20 feet over his head. They're dive bombing some fans here.
There's enough empty seats. Some of the fans have left a head-on home here in the extra inning game, and they've started to land in the seats where the food is.
They got those poor people surrounded out there. Well, the pitcher spot is due up next. Chris Herman is in the on-deck circle, the left-hand hitter, so Javier Lopez has started throwing in the Giant bullpen. And with first base open, they'll walk Peralta. I found the pen, so call off the National Guard.
Good, good. I was worried.
I could tell. So bases loaded. 2 runs in. Lopez continues to throw in the Giant bullpen.
Bruce Bochy gave that universal signal to Buster Posey, held up his hand, and like, go out there and talk to him. Which the umpires this year, if they see that, they can say, no, 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 you stay right where you're at.
Well, there's no clock when a player goes out to the mound. I think some of the guys are trying to get around this whole clock thing that way. But now Bochy will make the long, slow walk, and he wants his left-handed. So Lopez will come in to face Herman. 2 outs, bases loaded, 2 runs in. Diamondbacks lead it 9-7. Francisco. D-backs with 2 runs in this 11th inning have taken a 9-7 lead. Seagulls are getting impatient. Diamondbacks still at it though. They have the bases loaded, 2 outs. And the new pitcher for the Giants, the veteran left-hander Javier Lopez, on to face the left-hand hitting pinch hitter Chris Herman.
6 games, 2 2/3 innings. That's what you expect from Javier Lopez. Last season pitched in 77 games, a total of 39 innings.
Herman hitting in the pitcher spot, bases full, 2 down. And he rolls the first one fair. A little nubber, Lopez is on it, and quickly they leave him loaded. But the D-backs get 2. Brad Ziegler on his way in with a 9-7 lead. Phil Gosselin, Gene Segura, and Jake Lamb in the top of the 11th have given the Diamondbacks a 9-7 lead, and now on to close it is Brad Ziegler, who comes into tonight holding a streak of 20 consecutive scoreless appearances against the Giants, tied for the longest all time versus San Francisco. But he's got his work cut out for him. Posey, Pence, and Belt 3, 4, and 5 due up. Posey tonight has singled and walked. He's scored a run. Brad Ziegler, 20 1/3 consecutive scoreless innings against the Giants. And ahead of Buster Posey, 0-2. Reaches out and drops it into left field. I mean, that was a flare.
Yeah.
Help me.
We'll talk about a guy extending his swing. Watch him get this slider off the plate away, right off the end of the bat. A one-handed swing, but finds that hole in the left side of the infield for a leadoff base hit.
You gotta be kidding me. Not even enough of a swing to call it an emergency hack. But the Giants now get the tying run to the plate. Nobody out. It's Hunter Pence. He has singled and walked tonight. There's the strikeout and 1. Brad Ziegler holding a D-backs record string of 30 consecutive saves after he recorded a save Friday in San Diego. Lifted in the air, Peralta in right. 1 out. That'll bring up Brandon Belt.
Pretty sure we're going to see the Brad Ziegler changeup maybe a couple times over the course of this at bat. That's become a great weapon for him against those lefties.
And this is a good one. Belt has walked, singled, and scored a run. He's 1 for 4. Ball 1. No wind at all blowing out to right center. Those flags out there are dead still. This one dunks into left. Posey stops at second. And the tying runs are aboard. And the winning run comes up to the plate. It's Brandon Crawford.
Diamondbacks outfielders are playing extremely deep in their no doubles defense, and Brandon Drury plays deep anyway. Normal depth, you might have had a chance at that little humpback liner, but with playing that no doubles defense with everybody deep across the outfield, dropped in safely.
Well, Brad looking for a ground ball here. Crawford walked and scored in the 5th, doubled in the 7th. He has struck out twice tonight. Posey is at second. Belt at first. He's the tying run. Crawford won a game during the first week of the year. He beat the Dodgers with a walk-off opposite field home run against Joe Blanton in the 10th. That was the game in which LA's Ross Stripling made his major league debut and threw 7 1/3 hitless innings, but had to come out. One and one.
You know what Brad Ziegler's really good at?
Getting double play balls?
Getting double play balls. I can feel one coming here.
All right. Where do I sign? Two and one. There it is. Gosselin for 1. Segura for 2. They roll it. And the Diamondbacks win it 9-7. And Brad Ziegler keeps that save streak rolling along. That is now 31 saves in a row he has converted. And the Diamondbacks improved to 4-3 on this road trip, with 3 more to go here in San Francisco. They win this one in 11 innings after trailing 6-2. They come back for the 9-7 win. What a ball game.
And that looked more offensively like the team we saw in the Cactus League. Guys up and down the lineup, putting together good at-bats, hitting the ball hard. A big win tonight. First game of a 4-game set here in San Francisco.